Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more prep on Insignia's demo, trying to wrap this thing up pretty soon. But earlier on in the day, we've got my eye. Oh gosh, let me fix that up. There we go. That's probably better. Oh, what is this white line across the screen? Is that what is that there? Oh gosh, the green screen's not having a good time today. What about that? Is that, no, that's not better. Strange. Let me do a quick fix of that. One sec, pals. I see you. Even though it looks like I'm not seeing anything. Chroma color. There's that, and then a bit of, yeah, but that's still a big straight line right across there of green screen not goodness. Let's just roll with it for now. All right. Welcome back to another episode of the stream. Today we're going to be doing some work on Insignia, on the demo, but we've got some team meetings first up in about 40 minutes. So, well, I guess in the meantime, I'll be doing some prep work for production for the week, and then we've got to stand up, in about 40. So maybe I'll just do a quick message, show and tell in 40. Cool. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Big thank you to Kratish Vakir for a 5 stream streak. Welcome. Thanks to Tung Tenton for the most recent follow, and Kunrakes for the most recent subscription. What a fun name. Okay, we got 26 people here already. It's a cracking start to the stream. Welcome anybody lurking on YouTube. How you doing? And I guess we'll just jump straight into it. So this week, my priority is getting the new demo up and running. I have been doing just a little bit of, what's the word? Just kicking the tires a little bit on some features. So, like for example, I just made it so that the old cutscene system is a little bit more configurable, because I have 2 cutscene systems now. One dovetails into the other, but things like this sequence where where Armin holds up an item, that's using the old system, which I wasn't previously able to configure where the text box shows up in that version. So it's a mushroom would show just above the icon, and then as it would expand downward because it would hit the margin here, and it would cover the mushroom up. So little things like that where I'm just doing my best to make sure that everything actually works. I also found a bug today to do with the crafting system. So if we just span through all this and talk to this guy, I have the toast system doing a little bit more than it used to. I'll show you that in a sec. But also you can see here, again, split bottom and top, and now the text doesn't overlap this. I'm also showing, like here, I used to be able to, if you were clever, you could use the A and D buttons here, or the left and right trigger, to get away from this cutscene. Now you can't do that anymore, because I've locked off ability to do that. And then as you equip things and unequip things, so if I go like here, you can see now you get the toast on the left, which is, I don't know how I feel about it being overlapping, but it is what it is. I also made a quick change to make it so that anytime you open a chest, it always does this new item cutscene, even if you had seen that item before, or even if the item's a common item. I just thought if you open a chest, you kind of want a little bit of fanfare around what it is that you opened. So yeah, that's kind of the stuff I've been doing this morning. Outside of like little fixes here and there, like I'm trying to do a full playthrough and just make sure that everything works. I also have a couple of days that I want to spend doing a bit of adding some quest content and re-rationalizing the item economy in the game. So like you can craft accessories, but there's nothing that you have to do to craft any in the first chapter. You can, there are quests, but those quests are now like a little bit rearranged because I rearranged all the geometry. So I think it would be nice to sort of come back to the game having done all of the edits and then just go, okay, like where does the content fit? The side content basically, just to do a quick pass on that. However, right now our priority is to head over to production land and make sure everyone has tasks. So let's go check out the team schedule, team schedule, and I'll just go member by member. So Morgan R has been working on, she's got plenty to do actually. I think she's fine. So probably like just check in. We were talking about the idea of potentially setting deadlines for certain things. So maybe like consider deadlines. But her work's going very well. Elias, we're in a bit of a slower period. We're working on the Hunden. I've actually got to do dog sounds with my mouth to give him some direction. And when we go to the desktop, these tasks here are what we're talking about, I think. So I do have, yeah, let's go check out that in a second. So Luca has been working on the gecko, and I need to be working on some like enemy, well, maybe like we might have to work on some retrobox stuff. Maybe I'll sit with him. We've got an animation meetup soon after the team meeting, so maybe we'll do that. Review and just continue. Basically, he should be fine for that. Morgan P, I feel like she will probably. We're going to do a review of the gatekeeper. Whoop. And Tiberius. I think I want to assign new work. And we should probably just look at that, what that looks like in the animation schedule. What have we got? Morgan's been doing quite well. She's gone through a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna need some new work for her. Okay. And this is, we're in a little bit of a tight spot here. I think, hang on one second. I think that Morgan's basically going to be on character animation, and chapter 2 at the moment, it's in a bit of a funny spot because I'm having a bit of trouble setting out the story in a playable fashion. I'm just finding myself wanting to. I've got like a really, really, really loose version, but I think it needs tightening at a low fidelity. Like it needs to be playable at low fidelity so that I can review it and then have it just be something where I can do a bit more sanity checking on some of the stuff. I think like the scenario has been written okay, but it's not a game yet. And because it's not a game yet, like chapter 2, it beyond the like main quest line NPC animations, like characters and cutscenes that I know 100% are going to be in there, all of the woven side stuff is a little bit harder to assign specific tasks for, because I don't know exactly how that stuff's going to go. So I think this is like all the characters in chapter 2 pretty much. There's like a couple more, and they're not really, there's not that much to it. The team's going to get through these very quickly, and then I'm just going to be left plugging it all together. Yeah, I think, certainly if we could get Morgan onto an enemy soon, that'd be great. Which means probably another new enemy to go in. It's challenging. This is where like a producer would help me a lot. All right, so I have some questions that I want to answer. How did I find the people that I work with? When you have the privilege of being me, you have a whole community of people who want to work. So I put a request for expressions of interest like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago now, or 2 years almost, and got a bunch of responses, went through them, and we did tests with everybody, and the people whose results I was happy with, I extended an offer, and then they were on the team. So basically did like auditions. So yeah, I would really like to, there are other characters here for sure, right? Ashley, Lena, Gwyneth. Yeah, these ones here are like sort of main quest. Not super important though. It's interesting. I think there's like a design exercise I need to do for chapter 2 before I can like have the team lay down specific animations, or maybe I'm wrong about that being a prerequisite. Like, if I could draw it out, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. I've got medication in my sinuses at the moment, and it's kind of like when it makes its way through the sinus tubes, it gets to a point where it's in like the gag zone, and it's super distracting to feel like you need to like like swallow or like blow your nose or like gag or something, and I need to keep it there because it's doing what it needs to do, but it's like trying to breathe. All right, so chapter 2, basically the way the game is, we've got some pillars here. We've got story, gameplay, exploration, and I say gameplay as like action, platforming, combat, platforming combat basically, and then some crafting, I guess, to an extent. etc. So these are all kind of independent, but they need to be interacting with each other. Hey, Ocelot. This is Leonardo, yeah. So what tends to happen is when we do gameplay, right, that involves like player abilities. And also enemies and levels. And in Insignia, this begets this, begets this. So the levels are based on enemies that are based on player abilities that bestow them onto the player. So the story is about, like, there are cutscenes, of course, in the like plot cutscenes, and then there are quests, and I guess boss fights, which are they sort of straddle both. So like a boss fight is dependent on player abilities and dependent on the plot. And so to do a playthrough, and then obviously this is like item, accessories, and also like quest items, secrets. This stuff connects to this stuff as well. So doing a playthrough kind of, you know, ideally you want to be able to experience the whole thing kind of holistically in a playthrough, which means you need to do everything before you can do that. But there might be some like animations for NPCs those, I guess, aren't super dependent on like the player abilities, right? So like you technically can do a degree of the story in isolation, but the best animations are dependent on the space, right? You need to know, like, where is this NPC standing? What are they leaning on? Or are they leaning on something? Have they been living here for a while? Are they like away from home? The relationship between characters and this sense of like the world feeling like it's lived in is really, really critical. And it's something that I guess this is where I've been feeling a little bit of tension in the last couple of weeks. And that's kind of why I started doing some tile set stuff back in like last week. It feels random, but it's not. It's it's that I want to be able to delegate, and particularly there are characters like this like traveling band of cats who are like a performing troupe. Like for me to do a good job of designing where they go in the game, and a lot of their identity is built around these aspects of, like, you know, there are two main characters and then there are like extra players. And maybe there should be like one or two more who are doing something in the space. So to feel like this is lived in, or like that these are living things that aren't just placed as assets, they need to be conscious of where they are in their design. And in order for that to make sense, you need to have a place ready for them to inhabit that's ready to be molded by their presence in its design. So the challenge here that I'm sort of running up against a little bit is that some of this is informed by two separate pillars of game aspect, or game of the game. So some of this, you know, goes into this. And so because the levels and at the deepest point, the levels, the NPCs, and the places where the NPCs go are all resting on each other. There's a game that I really like. It was quite an inspiration back in the day, called Nevermore. Nevermore 3 is the one that I really liked. And Nevermore is just a point and click adventure in Flash. Super simple game. Very sort of stylistic, really beautiful. And all of the places, every single NPC is bespoke, right? It feels, this whole world feels super lived in, because like this guy here is not a guy. He is a guy behind a counter in what he is, you know, he's created as that. So it's not like there's a character with an A pose behind that, you know, shelf or whatever. So it's very, you know, and like these logs here are like an overgrown bundle of logs, and the terrain is built around them, but it's also a platform in the level, right? That sense of place of like, this has been here a long time. It's not just 7 log assets placed on top of each other. It's this mossy, overgrown bundle. Maybe there was a lumberjack here and he's gone or something like that. Same thing with this puzzle here. It's like this puzzle is very specific with what it is, right? It's like a rope-weighted swing thing, and all of the gears and mechanisms that make it up are very like specific. I want that, and that's extremely challenging in Insignia because of how high fidelity everything is. And so what happened was I was having this problem of like, how do I assign animation to the team who were doing NPC animations? This was Monday morning last week. And the end result of that was me reaching out to an environment artist, background artist, to see if he wanted to jump onto the project, and then me also doing new tile sets because I want to be able to create the spaces to inform the animations for the characters so that my animation team has work to do. So it feels convoluted, right? It feels disorganized, but I actually feel quite, it's important to me, this stuff, because I think it's going to all come together at some point. And if you haven't thought about how it's going to come together, then you just leave it up to chance, which is not really ideal. I'm not really in the business of like hoping that my game comes out good, you know? I want to like make sure that it's going to be good. And to do that, you need so much planning. So yeah, I feel pretty justified in doing that. It's just in the meantime, I still have to figure this stuff out. So maybe the right call would be to put Morgan on some enemy stuff, and to put energy into the enemy stuff right now. That actually would also help Elias, who's a little bit, you know, he's got some work that well, the thing is, Elias can kind of push ahead no matter what with the enemies. I just need to say what they are. But yeah, I guess we just have to thread that needle. No, I don't really need it, Maui. Like, right now, I'm trying to make this house of cards with the exact things that I need. So, like, variations of tile sets, probably no. But what we were talking about, the environment artist and I, which is valuable, is more about variations on spaces. So when we design, you know, hang on, let me show you this thing here. There. So there's this relationship that I am trying to go for. In fact, actually, I can add literally this to it. This is the whole point of what I'm talking about. So, I have this distinction of like space versus place. For me, a space is like a series of repeating aspects. It's like you have like a space and you're filling it with stuff that's not actually very it's not valuable stuff. It's repeating. It's like the difference between like content and slop. It's like it's filler, right? Maybe we won't use the word slop, but it's filler, right? You're seeing the same, like here, you're seeing the same kind of thing over and over again. Even if it's not exactly repeating, it's also not content, right? There's no like flower here. There's nothing you can say about this that's memorable. And by memorable, I really mean like in the most literal sense. Like if there was like a dog right here sitting and a bone over here, you could describe what this was as a story. You could say there's a dog and he's chasing the bone in a field. But if it's just blades of grass, there's not enough data semantically to build something out of it that's memorable. And you can still, if you zoom out, you can still have that happen where it's like, okay, I'm in a forest. Especially if you take this away, right? I'm in a foresty place that's a little wet, I guess, and a bit windy. But like a foresty place is not really even a place. It's like a foresty, and it's like you're describing a biome, but you're not describing a specific thing in a game. So you can't say, oh, this is the place where blah, because it's not a specific place. It's just a place or a space. And as you start putting unique and structured things in there, as you start to compose a story, then you start to be able to do storytelling in it. So like for here, like I still think this feels very asset-y right now. It's like, oh, you put a watchtower in this grassy environment with a mountain in the background, and you put a farmhouse in this grassy environment with a mountain in the background, and you put some ruins in there, or you put a bridge. This is a little better because like the bridge has a mechanism, and the mechanism seems to like inform what's below it. But it's like more than that, right? Like I want for the things to feel like they couldn't exist without the space that they live in. Some of this is AI generated, but actually I think if this was a level in a game, I would be impressed by it. Like if you were a little character running along this bridge, I would say this is a really well integrated bridge as pixel art, because it has aspects of its environment around it, and the environment conforms and builds into it very well. Same thing with this, this is not AI, but this space feels like there is a story you could tell about it, because there are typically, I think a lot of it comes down to like architecture, like signs of life, like things people did here. Even if nothing's happening right now, the idea of a ruin tells you something. Whereas if you just have something that's naturalistic, no one was here, so there's nothing to say about the place. But then you have actual places where like the entire space is defined by someone's presence, like a house or a town. So I'm looking to do more of this stuff where it is a space that has been shaped by people or is currently being shaped by people. And I think that that's what I'm missing in a lot of aspects of this. Like there is no, sometimes, like this, for this to feel good, for this to feel like it's a lived in environment where like, oh, these people have stopped for the night. Like the elements are there. There's a campfire. There's a well that they must have stopped by. There's a little bucket for the well, and there's like some burnt out torches, and there are the cat towers with wheels on them, so they must be movable. All of that stuff's the ideas are there, but they're not integrated very well in the space, and the space is really just blocks. It's like a Lego environment, So it's really, when I look at this, I'm like, okay, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is to like redraw it, but like better. The next step is like design a tile set that is more hospitable to storytelling, right? That can be molded and shaped and and that can have features that work with it a bit more. In the past, I've done stuff like this. You can kind of see here where I'm filling the void between the tiles or around the tiles with data, right? Like this. There's stuff here, but that stuff is still not really for anything. Hang on. Right, the reason for this stuff to exist is non-specific. So there's some world building that has to happen that's a bit more concrete to inform the spaces to then be places where characters can interact and stuff like that. And I still have that problem here. Like, there's stuff, but the stuff it needs supporting assets, basically. Yeah, it's hard. A lot of games solve this. There is a way of approaching storytelling in video games where you sidestep this problem. And that sidestepping essentially looks like this. You just don't have story take place in level areas. Right? You've got levels and you've got story beats. And the two are just different. They just don't happen in the same place. I would say if I was starting this game from scratch today, that is a strategy that I would seriously consider. I would seriously consider just going, hang on a sec, maybe we just don't mix the two. But it's too late for that now. Australian. Bloody oath, mate. You're looking at it. That's what I'm doing. But I'll turn up the dial for you so you can get a bit more of that thicker Australian accent, eh? The Aussie. We've been absolutely toasting England in the Ashes. Has Australia been in the last couple of weeks? We've been bloody giving them what for. And, mate, you can't beat us. Can't pass up the Aussies when it comes to cricket, mate. So, what are we doing here? I reckon, to be honest with you, like, solving some of these creative problems is pretty much, like, number one on my list of priorities. But for now, kind of got to just like get on with it a bit and, make sure that the team has good stuff to do day by day. Yeah. So what that pretty much looks like is having a little think about, maybe the most high priority parts of the game that we know for sure there are going to be characters in. Actually, I've got this document that's a story doc where I have in the past been using it as a way of, blocking out the chapter as if it's something like a whole bloody, like a movie. And I don't want to spoil it for you or nothing, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And if I was to just talk about like the levels and the spaces and the characters that go in those spaces, like I'm just going to quickly like whip through it and see like who is missing from this whole thing. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we don't have this yet, but I don't know if I'll keep it anyway. Still working on it. Yeah, characters in the city for sure. Not really that important. This is all right. This is, putting it in the level would be good. This is all right for now, I reckon. Beyond that, you know, I've got that dream sequence part 2. I haven't really put that much thought into it, you know. Grail Blade part 3. I mean, the Chevalier part, it's not even really that important. And then Jowl's Plight. So these are like side quests, yeah. I mean, Dancing Band, Kitchen Hand Kyle. There's not that much there that's super important. It's a little bit rough. And then, you know, all these characters and stuff. Like, it's a reasonably big chapter, but there's not that much that I've written that we don't have any assets for when it comes to like characters. Like, we're kind of, you know, getting there. You know, these side quest characters, I'd really want to leave them to the end. You know, they're so not important. And if we go back over to like the production doc, that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at side characters. Although, you know, maybe this character Ashley could be brought in. She's kind of already in the game already. As like a little tyke, a little ankle biter, little billy lid. Bloody, where is it? Yeah. So like, I wouldn't send this off to like one of our artists to do any work on yet, because she's just underbaked. She's just not ready yet. You know? Not that inspiring as a design yet. So yeah. I gotta start stitching it together. Otherwise I'll be stitching myself up. Making life too hard for myself, hey? All right, that's enough of the Aussie accent. Back to my regular metropolitan Australian accent. Abdulaziz says, I have a question that I couldn't quite get an answer for. So I'm used to working with pixel art in Unity, and I'm currently working on a normal art project. I'm confused about what the size of the canvas and the tile sets, etc. should be. I'm used to pixel art sizes like 64 by 64, etc. So the question is, how can I decide what the sizes should be for characters, canvases, etc.? For art? Or what is the need of the art project? What do you need it to be? If it's art, then it's a question of expression, right? It's a question of taste. Yeah, so like pick whatever you want. It's up to you. It's part of your creative aspect, your creative process. Do you want it to feel low resolution or high resolution? Is there a lot happening in it? Are there lots of different subjects in the artwork, or is it just a single character standing in a space? Is it supposed to look like it's a video game, or is it just pixel art just to be low resolution? You know, you've got a lot of questions that you can answer, but I can't answer those questions for you. I do have a video about canvas sizes that includes, talking about art that's not for video games. You can take a look at it if you want. It's got 360,000 other people have seen this video. If you haven't seen it, you can take a look. I'm very proud of this one. So, we've got a team meeting in 3 minutes. See if everyone's around. I don't know if anyone's missing. I think we might be all right. So, Yeah, I think like right now, this, as complete as it looks, it needs to be pulled apart. Basically, what I probably need to do is essentially this: take everything down into like down, like down, and essentially like reintroduce all the bits that have the parts that I need. Is Eunice a Greek surname? No, it's not. It's not Greek. It's Arabic. So, because right now it's just like misleading how big it is. And it's not really representative of like, the game that's playable right now. I also don't really want to spend any more time on it this week. I need to work towards and prioritize the demo. So instead of doing that exercise, which I'll do next week, or maybe over the break, I would like to instead maybe just make sure that, I mean, we can give Morgan Nettie. She'll be in a few different scenes. I think that's what we'll do next. We'll go straight for Nettie. And Gatekeep is our current task. Gallier is signed off on, essentially. And we have had, this is done. This was done December, and she's done very well with these, looking good. Hey Saravati. So yeah, I think getting Nettie up here would be good. I think Luca is on Charlie. But maybe we'll give, if Luca's doing well on enemy designs, we might give Oliver over to Morgan instead. Hey Ian McLeod, how's it going? Thank you so much. Yes, please do use your Prime subs on me. I would be very grateful if you did that. Of course. All right. Cool. All right. So maybe we'll jump over to our meeting and we'll have our show and tell. And then after that, we'll do animation chat with the team and I will assign work for everybody. All right, everyone. Let's... Team show and tell. Let's go.
Hello.
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 Hi. Wow, that was quick. Everyone jumped straight in. Welcome. How was everyone's weekend? I'll start with mine, I guess. This weekend for me, I went to the Sydney Oddities and Curiosities Expo, which was pretty odd and curious. It's kind of like, if anyone's been to like Winterfest or like any kind of like medieval fair before, it's kind of like all of the vendors from that, plus I guess more weird stuff, like people selling like um, lots of animal bones or taxidermied animals, uh, or like getting tattoos and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. And then I went and saw Wicked for Good, and then I had
Oh, I've been
a
meaning
family
to.
Christmas party. Very quick review of Wicked for Good. It was all right. Is
That's what I've
it?
heard.
Yeah, it's kind of, the Wicked is like the first act is so cool and powerful and whatever, so impactful that like the second act is really about like tying up everything. And if you are watching a movie where you watched the first act a year ago, I guess like it kind of, you lose a little bit of that drive, that emotional drive. And I don't know, I felt a bit overproduced for me. Like every moment needed to be a big moment, and I'm sort of on stage it's very real, and in the theater on screen it's very plastic. But anyway, I mean, you should still watch it. It's still good. And then in terms of, well, we'll get to what we're doing this week after that. So how was Elias's weekend?
Good. Not as eventful, but I put up Christmas decorations.
Oh, nice. Oh, we haven't done that yet. Thanks for the reminder.
We mentioned.
Yep. And anything else interesting or cool happening with you?
No, just
No news is good news.
hanging around. Yeah.
Cool. What about you, Luca? How was your weekend?
It was all right. Did a bit of work. I just had my other job at the hospital, and what else? Bit of gaming, bit of family stuff. Yeah, bits and pieces. Not too
Nice.
eventful. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, my wife's been playing games too. I sort of like am relegated to like watching her play games now. But she's been playing Mario Galaxy 2, which has such a good soundtrack that I'm just enjoying
Yeah.
listening to the soundtrack of her playing the game.
Yeah, nice. I need to get to those games at some point.
Have you never played the Galaxy games?
No, that's kind of what I was waiting for, like the Switch 2, but then I don't know. I just get sidetracked. I've got so many games on Steam, like on my wish list, and even games that I've bought on sale. And I just need to get through them. Otherwise, I'll never will. It sucks. Too many games, not enough time.
Yeah. They're definitely like for younger audiences, and they're like a bit, as far as like platformers go, like they're pretty handholdy, those two games. Like they're not that challenging, but 2 has a lot of really challenging stuff later. And the production is just really good. They're just really good games. If you
I
liked,
loved Mario 64 back in the day.
Yeah.
That was amazing. So I'd always imagined those are like, evolutions of that.
yeah. Have you played Odyssey?
No, I haven't played that either.
Oh, dude.
I know, I'm very behind. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We gotta pull you off
Especially with
Insignia until
Nintendo.
you've played those 3 games.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Morgan Animator? How's your weekend?
Pretty good. Pretty chill. Just
Nice.
spent a lot of time with friends and procrastinating on chores yesterday.
Yep. I feel you. And Morgan Composer, what about you? Anything cool happening with you?
Me and my brother and sister are playing through Blueprint at the moment.
Ah,
and
yes.
the past week we've just been having these really long sessions of playing together.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's just so addictive.
How
Yeah.
without spoiling it for people who haven't played it, because I have played it, but it's one of those games where the more you know, the easier the game is. How, like, what day are you on? Like, how far in are you?
Oh, I think something like maybe coming up to day 20 or something like
Okay,
that.
still pretty early days.
Yeah, pretty early. We've almost found all the rooms like that are in the room directory,
Uh-huh.
the different ones that you can draft. We haven't yet gotten past the antechamber. Yeah, it's
Cool.
yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, that's actually so cool that the 3 of you can enjoy a game together like that. That's a good game for it too.
Yeah. Yeah, because
great.
we really enjoy doing escape rooms as a family and stuff like that as well. So
Mhm.
where it's like it's funny because we're all focusing on different parts of the puzzle. Like I'm building out like this family tree on Figma with all the
Oh
clues,
wow!
and then
Oh, that's so cool.
yeah, and then my brother's like the rooms that have vents and the power generator and all
Yeah,
this. So,
yeah.
yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it is one of those games where you can kind of like you can make progress not in the game just by putting pieces together with information
Yeah.
the game gives you. Yeah, that's great. I hope you guys continue to enjoy it. Okay. What can I say about my work last week and coming up? So I think I'm done with the archaeology project for now in terms of it's on site. You guys can it's the exhibit is open. We were doing a little bit of bug fixing and like remote updates over the last few days, just getting some stability stuff in. And I think I'm good there now, hopefully. There's also a web version that I'll be doing later. But on Insignia, I will be this week on Friday demoing the game in Parramatta at Ace. There's like a game dev showcasey thing happening through Noble Steed, I think it is. And so the game will be there, and I'm hoping to get the demo there from which I can, well, we could do some like testing with the community here on stream, and then maybe also hopefully getting it onto like a publisher in the very, very near future. So that's my big focus this week, and I've been putting a lot of energy into that. Last week, I also had a chat with a prospective new team member who might be helping us out with some environment design or art, which is cool. And yeah, just closing the loop. Yeah, just demo stuff, story related content. It's playable all the way through now. I mean, it has been for a couple of weeks, but it's like almost at a point where like I could just give it to someone to play. So hoping to get to that point this week. And then also, yeah, just helping you guys do what you got to do and trying to make sure there's more in front of you. So that's me. Elias, what have you been working on?
So last week I was working on the Froggen sounds,
Mhm.
which I'll share
Sweet.
now.
I'll while you're setting up, I will say I've still got my task, my homework to do, which is to do those the Hunden mouth sounds. I promise I'll get that to you soon. I don't know if we'll do it on stream.
Whenever you don't have to. Whenever is there's no rush.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got plenty to do in the meantime.
Mhm.
So here he is. Let's see if I can get the parry.
Nice.
So
Very
that's
good.
what he's sounding like.
Nice.
And then what was the other thing? The dream sequence.
Oh yeah.
Just some ambience for the ship rocking back and forth.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. I like it.
Sweet.
Cool.
So yeah, that is that.
Mhm.
And then today I started working on the teleport out sounds
Oh, sweet.
for like those 3 sequences where Armin rolls on the ground, then he
Mhm.
slips, and then he does it fine. So I started. This is a little cartoony, but I think it might work.
Is that a tire
sketching
skid?
Yeah.
Well, he does pretty much become a tire.
Yeah, I'll have to see how it is in game, but that's just sharing where I am.
Sweet.
right now.
Okay. Nice. Thanks for sharing. We'll get into it a bit deeper tomorrow when we do our catch up. But it's looking all good so far. Luca, how's things been with you?
Hello. So yeah, mostly the gecko. So I can show what's happening with that. I can never find this share screen thing. Okay. Yeah.
I might bring
Okay.
I'll make you all a bit louder. Sorry, chat.
Okay.
One sec. I got you. Hey.
Okay. So at the moment, I've just made them highlight red when they're kind of aware of Armin, but since they can't get to him, they just kind of give up after a short time. Yeah, so that's the attack for now.
Wow.
So I just made it. They just target a location that Armin was at, or close enough to where he was.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to go through with you. Like, I was thinking about, like, I added a cooldown to their attack, so they won't just keep constantly bombarding you.
That's a really good move.
Yeah, but I did implement like this stand ground state, so that's when they've got that other highlight around them. Yeah, those. I guess, yeah, I just called that stand ground, so they attempting to get to you. So maybe they should just return to that state for a while.
This is a really good base. I feel like we can do a lot from here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to implement like it's just the most basic damage. I think it doesn't even really do anything. So hopefully we'll go through that later.
Yeah, we can do that today if you're
Yeah,
interested.
cool. Yeah, for sure. And stuff like when they should be vulnerable, unless they're just always vulnerable. If you just run up to them and hit them.
I think so.
I filled them that proposal section that we made. I have some more ideas there, but
Great, we can check it out after this.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So
awesome work, Luca.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I
just
love
the
the way that
animations.
they scurry around on the wall.
Yeah, I like that too. Especially having like multiple of them, they're just kind of going everywhere.
Yeah, I have a gecko, and it matches the same energy.
Oh yeah, nice.
That's great. I didn't know that. We could have got you for references.
Maybe we should give them
some
some
gecko stands.
eye.
All right, and I think that's me. Yeah.
Cool. Yo, Morgan Animator, what you been working on?
Same old.
Still stuck?
Nah, just slow going a little bit.
It's all right. That's cool. Anything to share, or should we check in a bit later?
Yeah, like a little bit. Just Tiberius's breathe animation. So what is body like roughly? I just need to do like the pixel tweening and stuff like I've got on his head.
Yep. Yeah, the
But
stuff on the head's looking good.
way better than it was before, I think.
I think so. I'm seeing like the staging, like it's 1 pixel total, but the movement is sort of tweening out, which is a really good start for the subpixel stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also just like between like doing this, I just took a crack at rough coloring on the gatekeeper. So he's a little bit, he's not all there at the moment.
If you need a hand with it, I can give you some pointers.
I was just tossing some colors on him just to get a better idea, but hopefully that pose is a little bit closer to what you wanted.
Yeah, I can give you some help there. I think right now, the way that I do the pants with the cloak behind them is usually I'll make that all just one color, depending on where we're at, and maybe like if his boots have like a color that's different from his legs. But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
It's all good.
This was all just like block colors. So
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
have had those boots eventually.
Sweet. Cool. And Morgan Composer, do you have any updates for us? Or maybe just even what you were working on last week?
Yeah, I can show what I showed you on Thursday. I don't have really anything in a show-worthy state at the moment beyond that, but
the rest of the team hasn't.
for everyone else's benefit,
Yeah, of course.
I
Please.
can show. Cool. So yeah, this is the Cheverton Underground progress on this track.
I'll crank the volume for everybody at home.
Yeah.
So colorful. I love it.
It's very Hollow Knight. That's sick.
So good.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I love it. I'm starting to get pretty excited to see where that to like put all the stuff you guys are working on in the game. It's really coming together. So thank you, everybody. I will see you all throughout the week. We've got animation coming up right after this, and then the sound team will catch up on tomorrow. Any other questions, comments, queries, complaints? Nope. Sweet. Nope. Well, thank you everyone for stand up. And then Morgan, Animator, and Luca, you can stick around for animation team meeting.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo. So, I guess for now, how's everyone feeling with their current workload? I have got a bit that I can like put, what's the word? I guess I'll zoom out a little bit. So we're coming up to sort of like the end of the year, and my priorities right now are on getting the demo finished. So I'm not in like a massive hurry for anyone to sort of like, I'm not, saying chop on any particular piece of work. I want to say like right now for chapter 2, particularly with Morgan's work, I feel like there is more work that I want to give you, but it needs a little bit more time, kind of like waiting on other parts of the game to come together a bit more solidly. Particularly like sort of like side characters who live in specific places, and having those places be a bit more filled out to inform what the characters are doing. And I feel like if I was to delegate that work, too much of it right now, we'd kind of find ourselves just placing a lot of the characters in the scene and having them just feel like they're just kind of doing an A pose or like just idling. So this is kind of in the realm of like what we did with Leopold, where we had him, on a rock or like, a bit more like in situ. And yeah, so I'm okay if you are, if it's taking a bit longer for you, as long as you don't mind the I guess like the scopes not being, the briefs not being, what's the word? Milestones. If we don't get through the milestones as quickly, like that's okay by me, as long as it's okay by you.
I mean, I do feel like I need to get my shit together a little bit because it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Like, yeah, is this one of those things? Hang on a second. Why do we have two of those? There we go. I will leave it with you. Like, my goal is to be flexible. And I know that you've got your own needs and things like that. So I guess just stay in communication with me about like,
For sure.
like what would be helpful. Like if you want me to set specific deadlines and crack the whip a bit, if that would help you, then happy to do that. But I don't want to like stifle you with like, I don't want to put you in a position where you're feeling like a bit inundated.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Like, yeah, I'm pretty flexible as well. I think maybe some deadlines would help. Just, I guess, identify like what needs to be done by when.
Yeah, like
there's
more
no-
like a soft estimate than like a hard.
Yeah, like it's hard though. Like with the gecko, for example, like how would we set? Oh, the gecko needs to be done by the end of the week. I don't know. Yeah, it's like kind of like our first time doing some of this stuff as well.
Mhm. With the enemy stuff, I feel like what we can do, I'm happy to do it, is for each, like it's always obvious to me at least when what the next step is. And so I'm okay saying to you like, hey, like let's get this step done in 3 days or like by Monday or whatever. And I think you've actually been pretty good at that so far, Luca. So I'm happy for you. Like we'll do a session maybe like after this meeting where we can do a little bit of recon on just the animation stuff for the behaviors or like the hitboxes. And then like I'm happy to put you on your way with a bit more like specific direction on what to do next. And then we'll catch up with that on like by Thursday, for example. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. And Morgan, I would say I do feel like maybe we're a little bit stuck on Tiberius and Gatekeeper. If this is
Just
the
a
thing,
touch.
yeah, like if it's a question of, because there's two sort of scenarios, and I'm not sure which one we're in. It could, like, I don't know whether it's a busy time of year. If you're sort of like doing a lot and there's not a lot of time that you've got to work on them, then that's sort of one situation. And the other one would be like, you have the time, but right now it's just sort of the direction's unclear and you're spinning your wheels a little bit. And so if it's the latter, I'm happy to say like, hey, let's just move on from these two and I'll give you some new briefs. But if it's the former, I'm more likely to just say like, hey, like just whenever you have time, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly the first one. I think it's just like a little bit busy, still trying to work out the kinks of like ADHD treatment and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
But also like I think it tripped me up just because it's a type of animation that I wasn't super experienced with.
Yep.
So
that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. So I think we're sort of course correcting now and hopefully should be sorted.
That's okay. I would be happy to like give a bit of a brief on this stuff for like tomorrow, for example, so that when you get up, you've got some stuff to do here. Some of these characters, like this one here, Nettie, she like we're happy to just do like an idol for her, or I don't think we'll need I need to do a bit of delegation on these first. I'm not sure yet exactly what the brief needs to be. Like they're going to be characters that are going to be in a few different scenes, so they do need like a generic idol, at least one, but then whether or not they need to be doing much walking is a different scenario. So I won't say that they need to do a walk cycle just yet, but I can delegate some stuff there to you that are, maybe I'll try like something with a bit more. You know what? I'd like to process your needs a bit, so that I'm making sure that I can give you something that helps you get that momentum. So I'll think about what opportunity there is to do something that's a bit more straightforward animation wise, and then I'll get back to you.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I've still got Tiberius should be done today. But I've got to clean up the Gatekeeper's idol as well. But now that I've sort of got the hang of it, that shouldn't take too long.
Okay.
No, I've just got that.
Cool.
Raspberry as well.
And just sort of more collectively speaking, Luca, how are you feeling about the work I've got you on with doing a bit more like behavior and logic stuff for the enemies? Do you feel like you're happy for that to, because I imagine, it's almost like whatever percent you were dedicating to animation before, I feel like being in charge of the logic kind of like creates a new 50%, that some things have to get shuffled around to fit. So like, are you okay if I...
It's fine. Yeah, I know it's, like I said before, I'm pretty flexible, and whatever makes sense is fine. We don't really need to have a super strict structure for it.
Yeah.
I'm still a bit of a like amateur programmer, but I'm kind of figuring it out as I go.
Do you know what, Luca? I want to say it on the record, hand on heart. Like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, when we were first looking at this stuff, I was pretty sure that you would really struggle with it. And I don't know if it's just like the pace we're doing it at, or like just we've got the right mix of sort of showing you what to do and then having you just like get to it. But you've exceeded my expectations. So I'm pretty I'm pretty okay to like let you keep going, because you are following the code style pretty well, and I don't think you're like creating more complexity or anything like that. So like if you'd been writing code and I was looking at it and going, oh no, it's all over the place, then different story. But like for now, like you're implementing this stuff the way that I would, and you're saving me from having to do it. So like,
that's cool.
like,
I mean,
yeah.
Well, even if you just had, if we had a quick look at the way I did the attack, maybe you could say, oh, you could just do it.
I expect if I haven't like explicitly told you how to do stuff like that, that you probably wouldn't have done it exactly how I would. But we've got a meeting queued up like after this if you have time. I'm free if you have time. Sorry, we don't have one queued up, but we can.
I'm free today.
Cool.
Is good.
So like, like you're on pace in terms of like, I don't expect you to know how to do something I haven't shown you. So I guess what I'm saying more broadly is, are you okay if there's an animation that I think would be suitable for Morgan that's currently in your lane, would you be okay with me passing it over?
Yeah, that's fine. I've done most of the idols for these though.
Yep. I'm just thinking about like more active animations that are more like frame to frame, like pose to pose, instead of like very subtle. So like the idols are fine. I feel like I've given Morgan enough idols for now. So I'm thinking of like, if there is an animation here that's more active that you haven't gotten around to, that I can assign to her, that's just more in her wheelhouse.
Well, the ones that, I guess some of them are still kind of, they haven't really got a brief yet. And I know the game.
You don't have to. I mean, it doesn't. You don't have to tell me specifically. Which, but as long as you're okay with me doing it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if Morgan's happy to do them as well, I have noticed. Things get shifted around, which is fine. I'm not. I mean, that's completely fine. Sorry.
Okay, cool. I just want to like be clear about. I don't want to do it without saying it, because it feels like I'm just taking work away from you. So,
no, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, like looking at, again, just a little bit more broadly, I was sort of thinking about this and saying it to chat before we did the meeting. Like for me, the biggest friction in the game right now is that there are certain things that are dependent on other things. And
I was watching this.
So like,
I kind of know what you mean.
Yeah, like this enemy player abilities stuff is like so fundamental to like what the whole rest of the game is supposed to be like. Even the boss fights are sort of dependent on what abilities you get. That like, if you and I are making good progress on that, I want us to focus there. And that helps everyone else. That helps me create the connective tissue for the rest of the chapter, and the resulting context for what Morgan will be doing for the back half of this chapter as well. So yeah, I know it's a bit touch and go and we're sort of finding where the value is and what fits. But I really appreciate both of you being flexible and understanding.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and appreciate your patience with our own issues as well.
Dude.
that we all seem to have.
I had a breakdown over the weekend, so don't worry about it.
Oh.
nothing to do with you two, but yeah, like it's like games are hard to make, you know.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, just releasing something is a huge monumental achievement if we get to that point. And
Yeah.
you know, making something that's good is also like another whole additional difficult thing to do. So it's I think probably, you know, super broadly, I'd like to say like it would be I'm really hoping that I can make good decisions on the business side that give us the space to shape kind of the engagement in a way that better fits the work. I feel like there are some things right now that have been like a little bit from like a production side, like the contract basis is probably like a little awkward. Like if we had like,
Yeah.
you know, tons of money and I could have you on as employees, I feel like we could have a different sort of relationship with the work in a way that just made it make a bit more sense. But
Yeah, for sure.
for now, yeah, like I said, I really appreciate you guys being patient and flexible. So thank you.
That's my middle name.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we'll wrap up this meeting now, and then we'll stay on with Luca, and we'll do a little bit of review on the Gecko. So I'll catch up with you, maybe not necessarily on a call, but I'll be in touch with you, Morgan, tomorrow morning. Okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Cool. All right. Thank you
If
so
I
much.
run into anything, I'll let you know.
Cheers. See ya.
Okay, bye.
And I want to say a big thank you to Freshwater Fern for a raid with 50 people. Welcome, welcome. I don't know what you guys were up to, but you could tell me what we were working on. We're about to do a bit of a like paired programming session for an enemy design for the game, which is going to be pretty fun. So you guys can stick around and check that out. I'm working on a game called Insignia with my team here. Started out as a solo project, and it has become kind of like my whole company thing. So you guys can wishlist it here. Check it out. It's a side-scrolling action-adventure game. You play as this character named Armin, and he's kind of like the son of a blacksmith who disappeared a year ago, and yeah, it's a whole fantasy thing. There's lots of action combat and crafting and boss fights and dungeons and that kind of thing, as well as a big sweeping epic story. But we're not going to get into it too much right now because we're doing enemy design. So Luca, our resident designer, animator, engineer, Swiss Army knife.
Hello.
How you been doing?
Yeah, good. I feel
Good.
it's going well.
Cool.
Yeah.
How will we best do this? Have you pushed? I guess you have pushed your most recent changes. Sweet.
Yeah. So that one.
Cool. I'm gonna just dismiss all the changes, discard all the changes, and then I'll switch over to I've actually had this problem recently where every time I switch back and forth between our branches, and it's not your fault, but just in general, there's an issue where I will get all of Unity will crash as I go between the graphs. I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna reload that, save it. I don't even think I need to. Maybe I'll close the graph and then go over to here and then switch. I don't need this stuff actually. Get out of here. Discard changes, and then I'll switch branches to design, and we'll put the music back on. Cool. So let's have a look, shall we?
All right.
When the goat puts his gloves on. That's very funny. Very kind. So we're going to go into in details, maps, and we're going to go into, I guess, Scratchpad and check out enemy Scratchpad, I'm imagining.
Yeah, I've just been using that same scene.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't crash. Fingers crossed. Please. Damn it. I don't know what I'm doing but it happens every time. And the last time I did it, I had to re-import the whole library. I think I'm just going to have to close Unity altogether every time I switch branches. There's just something that's not right. And it actually corrupted a part of the project. Like I had to import the whole library last time because I don't know what it did, but it some of the scripts weren't compiled properly. So it wouldn't detect that they were actually mono behaviors. And so a lot of references to objects in the scene were getting like lost because it was like, well, this is just gone. Even though the script was there and everything was compiled, somehow the references were just broken.
Yeah, I think that happened to me once.
It might be a hot
as well.
reload thing. I'm not sure. Okay. But hopefully if I press play, we won't get a ton of errors. We did get one for world graph. Start. That's the fast. Yeah, it'll happen. It's happened again. So like this will say that it's missing the fast travel menu, and then the fast travel menu is actually there. It's just not. It's the script is broken, which sucks.
Mine seems to not have any errors, just being on design, but
Yeah, I don't know. It's not to do with this. It's not the Git repo. It's like my library, my local library of the project having switched branches is like corrupt. So I'll see if we can, like, maybe it's not a big deal for now. We can just keep going through it, but it might. Okay, cool. So let's just press on, and I'll re-import after this anyway. Let's have a look. So you've done well. I don't think there's much here that I'm seeing that's super wrong. But do you want me to? Maybe I'll just have a little peek inside and see how you've done things.
oh, yeah, sure.
So,
And that's the design, I guess. Like how, like, were you imagining the attack being active through the whole dash, or?
I would say,
things
yeah. Well, the way that I like to think about these things is I like to model them as close as possible to what the player does, if I can.
Yeah.
So
that's what I do.
yeah. So having it sort of like rush the player and then do the spin would be great. I'm interested. I find it interesting the way you've done this, the red effect, like, because in a way, I haven't done a lot of that. I mean, we've got like the visual effects that happen, but
Yeah, that's just the ensign effect on what I drew, which is just a placeholder thing, just to so I
yeah, I'm
can
saying
read
that placeholder. I'm not being critical. I'm saying it's interesting because currently most of the enemies are pretty limited to what they can physically reach in their, animations and stuff. So the idea of having like an extra effect that relates to the bounding box of their hitbox is kind of interesting. Hadn't really thought about it. Okay, so we've got gecko attack behavior. So this is the way that reading it and the way you've structured it, my brain says, okay, this is like the behavior that encapsulates the entire charging and then spinning.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And I would probably, you've got your chase. You've got a chase animation, but you haven't subdivided that into, you're not using like the chase behavior to do that. Let's have a look, see how you're doing it. Got some sheets, text startup, start duration, loop. Okay. Okay. We're entering, and then these are these subclasses? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
And-
so I've made, I think,
Yep.
4 of them.
Sorry, I'm just having a look. So
Yeah.
is this attack? Let me have a look at the chase. Where are we implementing that? Sorry.
Maybe there isn't a chase. Maybe I've just got stand ground as like the.
Well, hang on. S chase. Where are we using this? Oh, we're not using chase diagonal. We're only using chase, but we're using it in a context that's not. we're using it in return to origin. So could you, maybe I'll just have another quick look through so that I'm grasping what you've written. So startup, loop, attack, origin. Is this return to origin the enemy running back to where it was standing?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I see. So the movement during those, the charging at us and then the going back, how do you envision that being, like, how do you envision that relating to animation or like anything like that?
Well, I guess it's just continuing its dash ability to go backwards.
So is it like when you say dash ability, how do you see, is that like a frame or is that like an animation?
It could be a frame. Maybe the effects will carry most of the animation requirement.
Yeah, are you seeing it as kind of like a literal like video game sort of like back dash, like a dodge back, like a in like an RPG, like a turn-based RPG, how enemies sort of like jump at the others and then they sort of like jump back to their original point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise, initially I had it where he'll just stay, on top of Armin.
Yeah.
But that problem still kind of exists if the origin point was right next to Armin anyway. So,
I think you bring up a really interesting, like dynamic there. Just so that I'm gonna take this conversation off of you. Sorry, just to help kind of frame it so that my brain understands and that chat we can all collectively have like a framework we understand. So what I think you're telling me is when the player is standing, say here, there is kind of like the enemy, and we're kind of talking about two separate things, right? There's like the enemy has like an attack radius, and that radius, obviously, for the enemy to attack the player, the enemy has to get closer to them. And when the enemy is just like moving around, like patrolling and stuff, we just think of it as physically committing to being at the destination, A or B or whatever. But if the enemy is trying to attack the player, when it finishes attacking the player, if it sort of like considers all of that as like, I guess one, if it doesn't jump back to some origin point, when after the attack has happened, it's just here. And now it's like, now what? So I guess the question is like, do we want it to maintain in its like, what's the word? When it's engaging with the player, when it's moving around, do we want it to sort of keep a safe distance unless it's attacking? And even after it's attacked, it returns to that safe distance. So that's more of a poking behavior. Is that kind of what that's what you've set up, right?
Yeah, that's right. But it's just returning back to the origin point of where it attacked from. Like I was thinking if I would to put like manual points where it would consider which one's the furthest away from the enemy. I mean,
these I wouldn't say are like, they're not fixed points. I would just hypothesizing. It's just like as it's navigating around, it happens to pick point A and B as its patrol points.
Yeah, and maybe I don't know if it kind of remembers those points and then chooses the best point to go back to.
I don't think it needs to. I don't think we even need to even have these designed at editor time or even to remember them at runtime. I think it's more about the spaces. So I was just sort of I'll take them away from this conversation for now. I guess the consideration that I'm looking at what you've written, what I think you're kind of getting at philosophically is that the enemy wants to keep a safe distance unless it's attacking, and after it's attacked, it wants to return to that safe distance for the sake of the interaction not devolving down to, let's say there's two of these guys, they're just here and they're attacking from here to here. Because it might get a little bit muddy, the interaction, if that's the case. Is that how you see it?
I guess the way I was seeing it is, if there were two and they both attacked, then they'll just be stuck, or not stuck, but they'll just exist in the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm explaining it properly.
No,
but
I think you just said basically the same thing I said in your
Even
own
if
words, which is good. Yeah.
even if there was one of them, I don't know. I think it would be a bit awkward if it would just attack and then just sit there right next to.
I agree. Yeah, I think that would be a really weird interaction. It'd be a bit muddy, and we already have that problem. This is a problem that I have in general in the game, where once you get like melee combat to work in video games is very space constrained, and there's this whole conversation around, should the enemies collide with each other? Should they collide with the player? Can the player get cornered? Like corner encounters in like fighting games are really, it's like a whole extra layer to the game that can be quite messy and hard to balance around. So this idea of like, are the enemy behaviors set up in such a way that they can crowd the player? And if so, is that something that naturally undoes itself, or can you account for it? And I think what you've designed here like sidesteps that problem by having them always maintain a safe distance before and after attacking. I like it, is what I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, it does have it solves the problem most of the time. But if the player was to able to get right next to the gecko before it notices and then attack, it'll just scoot back to the same point.
Right. Well, this is why I'm suggesting we don't have those preset points, and we just say, hey, after I'm done attacking the player, either if the last point where I started was safe, return back to it. But if that point happens to no longer be safe because the player surprised me, go find a safe point and go to that.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's just the spawn point where it was placed in the editor. Pretty sure that's recorded somewhere. I think it was called spawn point.
I think I think that is pretty good. And I personally would say we probably, just given how this enemy is constructed in the game, we probably can't do many rounds of combat with one gecko anyway. It's probably going to need to have just one hit point because it's on a wall. It can't really be juggled. It's not going to fall off the wall. It doesn't have any logic for how it navigates the ground. So it's pretty much a one hit done engagement anyway. Kind of closer to the mosquitoes in the I think they're in Dark Souls in Blighttown, but it doesn't matter. Point is, I think that's fine. This is like plenty. The attacking and jumping back is like heaps for what we need right now.
Nice.
So in terms of my direction for you for the behavior, I would say that would be the next iteration of like the attack behavior. Let's have a quick look at the hitboxes and we'll talk through that really quickly.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
Cool.
I'll just put you on my second screen.
Awesome. So I'm trying, forgive me if I'm being a bit, if I'm moving this conversation along quite forcefully today. I just know I've got limited time this week.
No, that's fine. Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. So right now, I guess the suggestion is that we don't, do you envision there being a hitbox on the way into the player and on the way out, or just in the big spin?
I guess maybe on the way in and the actual attack.
Yep.
And so what would the attack be? The forward lunge or back?
Yeah. So right now, I guess all I'm thinking of is like the enemy right now. So the way that this works is the red outline should signify it's active. The way that I do it in the game is the red outline happens whenever the enemy is in a state where if you can parry it, parrying it will give you the ability.
Okay.
That's the idea. So right now, that's whenever we're doing the behavior that the abilities are attached to behaviors. So the red will happen whenever the gecko is Like it's an automatic thing that just happens whenever.
Yeah, with the ensign gem.
Yeah. Yes.
So, for example, if I wanted to take the return, not be part of the ensign, I'd have to take it out of.
Correct. Right
Like,
now,
make it
yes.
Yeah.
We could provide some sort of interface where you can turn it off at a certain point midway through a behavior, just so that you don't have to break it up. I would say, I mean, this is probably something that we could break up, but right now I wouldn't encourage you to do that. So let's just roll with it for
I
now.
think it's fine. Oh, I was just using that as an example, but
Yeah.
I think return back should be part of the ensign ability
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
And you've already worked out how to attach the gem to the ability, right?
Yeah,
Um,
so the gem rather looks. Where was it? Yeah, you just plug it in there and
Yeah, exactly. You've already figured it out. So good. So basically in this context, well, because it's only got 1 HP, there is no distinction between parrying it and killing it. So you'll get the ability either way. But in terms of the signal, the telegraph to the player that it being red gives the player that ability, you're already kind of doing that. So
But I was wondering
Yeah.
if we could give it like a guard point. Like if you don't use the correct attack, like if you just try to hit it normally, you'll just ricochet off of it, for example.
I think we would have to be really careful about the visual design to inform that. We would need to change what it looks like so that it was clear. This is a huge can of worms that I'm kind of, having the game look like it's having the thing you're supposed to do look like you're supposed to do it before you do it is really critical in the game. So like the Martin shield, I would consider right now is in like a state of like it's kind of failed in that like it's no one ever who's play tested it has thought it was obvious that we needed to swing upwards, for example, at that shield. So I need to do probably another like pass of like UX or just design, just like some maybe there's a more clearer set of design language we need to do to inform directional attacks in a pixel art melee combat game. It's kind of novel, so I don't expect many people to get it on their own, but in general, I feel like maybe there needs to be some sort of like, something. And I would say my hunch is that only enemies that are like carrying weapons and like shields that you could actually like conceivably duel should have that kind of relationship, unless in the case of the slam shell, they're like literally made of a material that you wouldn't be able to attack. Do you know what I mean? To me, that's like the only way I would allow an enemy that's just like a monster to be able to block specific attacks. Make sense?
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
Let's quickly just look at this guy. So you're actually pretty close. There's a few things that I would do to get this where it needs to go. And you're not supposed to know any of this yet because it's all very specific to my retro box, which is work in progress and not available for public use. So the first thing is this collider box. If you click this, it becomes a trigger box, which is what you want for enemy attacks, because otherwise they push the player. So that's the first thing. This is fine if it's a sustained attack to have the hitbox be continued, but if it was just like a normal attack, I would follow it up with a white keyframe to clear it. But for now, it's fine to be solid, so let's do that. I would also be I always make the hitbox smaller than the extents of what it looks like it does. Because it's just it's an aspect of generosity to the player. Like the player never wants to get hit by a hitbox they can't see. And we don't actually have circle hitboxes in the game. So everything's a square. And so in this setup, we're a little bit, this is never going to feel good to get hit by. But that's fine. But it's not a big deal for now. So what you're missing is the properties. If you click this fly out, you'll get more properties. And this is where we can start defining things like the damage. The base damage for any enemy in the game Like a decent hit is like 15 hit points. It's Armin's base health in the game is 100. So if a player has never gotten any upgrades, the number you place in here is like a percentage of their total health. So, 15 is like they can take 6 hits and then they'll die.
Yeah.
So, and that's between like levels. They need to be, unless they're eating food, they're not going to heal every level even. So 15 is like a decent hit. If it's an enemy, okay, so that's the first thing. I might keep it at 15. Knockback is literally like Smash Brothers physical knockback on the player. You can give it it's a multiplier. So like 1 is 1x, 2 is 2x, 3 is 3x. And this is also like essentially the magnitude of the velocity that the player gets hit by. So like if you make it 6, the player will move at 6 units per second in the direction that it hits them.
All right.
So that's that. I hope you can take notes here because I'm going to tell you about what all of these mean. And there's going to be a test tomorrow. All right. I probably should have tooltips for this. Maybe I will do that at some point. But for now,
What if Armin's blocking? How does a knockback work with that?
I'll tell you that in a second.
Okay.
So this knockback will be nothing for now. I'll leave it empty. Hit stop is it's a multiplier of the base hit stop. So it's an amount of time where the game basically freezes until it resumes.
Yeah. Mhm.
And the base hit stop in the game is 0.012 seconds. I think it's like basically that results in like 2 frames or 3 frames.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you make that 2, that's just that times 2. We'll make it 3, it's that times 3. So 3x hit stop is huge. You mostly just want to keep that at, if you keep it as default, it'll be 1 basically.
Mhm.
So unless it's supposed to be like devastating, you just leave it. But this, you probably could, if this is like a big attack, you could make it 2 or 1.5.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might shove you back.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
totally.
Yeah.
Then
I'll
there
play around.
is effect vector. So effect vector, let me just confirm something. Just because there's a couple of these, and I want to make sure I got the right one. Yes. So back to Gecko attack. So effect vector is this enemy, when they get hit by this hitbox, it's the direction that they're going to get hit in. So it's that knockback, it's the direction the knockback pushes them. And these are defined as right facing. So if you make it, let's say you've got a hitbox here of an enemy attacking with a sword swing going like this, what I usually do is think about the enemy relative to like this furthest point, and I think about like, okay, what do I want this to be? Is this like a downward swing or an upward swing? Generally, like something like this, if it's from the top down, I would probably put the effect vector at something like this. That's how I would think about that. If it's an enemy doing something like this, a swing upwards, then maybe I might consider making that an effect vector of like literally just straight up or up this way.
Well, this one will be tricky since it could come from any direction.
Well, then if it's, when we say direction, it would be the direction of like the spin, I guess is what I would be thinking about. And in this case, because it's kind of ambiguous, I would probably just have this be considered a circular attack. What the heck's going on here? I'm picking this color. Yeah. So then I'm just saying, okay, it's just going around, along a flat axis. Let's just make it an attack that pushes you horizontal in this direction. Assuming the enemy's facing right. So they're always set as if the enemy's facing to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, in this context, when we have Gecko walking, have we set this up correctly? That's the default walk, right? You don't do it the other way. Yeah, so it's perfect. So both enemies and players in Retrobox I always set them up facing the right. Just as a blanket rule. So in this case, if we wanted it to be facing the right, that effect vector would just be 1 on the x-axis, and that's it.
1 on X. Okay, yeah.
Okay, what else? Ignore hurt, I think makes it invulnerable. I'm actually not sure what that does. I have to review it. It's very niche. I think I've used it maybe once. Maybe I created it for a very specific situation. Let's just ignore that for now. Vulnerability. Okay, this is where stuff gets a little bit databasey. So vulnerability is a multiplier. This is specifically for hurt boxes. So this hitbox, this vulnerability will do nothing. But if this was a hurt box, vulnerability would be a damage multiplier that this takes. So if you make it 0.5, it'll take half damage. If you make it 2, it'll take double damage. Now this is a hitbox, so it doesn't have a vulnerability. You can't get hurt in a hitbox. Tag is more for me. If there's a specific parameter that I want, like the thing that gets hit by this, to know that this was a specific thing, it's just a string I can pass to the thing that gets hit by this to know that it got hit by this. If that makes sense.
Putting a tag on the collider that it makes.
Sorry?
It like puts that tag on the collider that it creates.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not a tag in the Unity sense. It's just like a string. Modifier, I think I have to confirm how I use that. I think I use it as like it's another string. It's another kind of tag, basically. Some of Armin's attacks, for example, have directional modifiers on them. Like upswing. I think that might have a modifier that says like literally upswing or something like that, or up or like downswing. I'm not totally sure how I use that again. There's a little bit of like with this stuff, there's a little bit of me like doing something once and then not needing it for like a year and a half. So
yeah, that's understandable. And they're probably very niche cases.
Yeah,
where
you won't need to know.
Yeah, that's fine.
However, poise is a bit more, you will need that. So the poise is a multiplier of, okay. There's a formula for this that I've created, and I often just go back and look at it if I need to check. But let's say I have an attack that comes in on a hurt box, and that hurt box does 60 damage. And then I have a hitbox, that does 60 damage. And then I have a hurt box, and that hurt box is on a character. So the first thing is poise belongs to characters. So my character has a poise of, let's say, 80. The damage directly affects poise. And if the damage is less than the poise, then the character won't flinch when they get hit by that attack.
Yeah.
If the character's poise is like 20, then they will flinch if they get hit by an attack that's higher. Now, to make that a little bit more complicated, specific hurt boxes can also have poise. So in this case, if I give this hurt box a poise of 50, that's kind of like if it was an enemy's armor that I didn't want, if it was like a dragon's scales or something, and I didn't want it to like bounce off the sword, but I wanted it to like take reduced damage or reduced poise. Not reduced damage, reduced poise. So it's like, yes, the damage goes through, but the enemy's like tanks it animation wise. Then doing this would allow this specific hurt box to save this enemy from being stunned. However, this is damage. A hitbox can also have a poise value on top of that. So I could say another 20 poise on top. That's a total of 80 poise damage. And that would make this enemy flinch.
That poise is in addition to the damage.
Correct.
They add together. Okay.
Yes. So that's what that is. And this is very like, a lot of this stuff is very context sensitive. Like for example, There was a while where I had like the bees in the game would do low damage, but tons of poise. So anytime you got hit by a bee, you would like drop to the ground. It was like an animation breaker thing. So it's kind of like, you know, things that do like critical, like in what's an example?
Like counter hits.
Yeah, like counter hits or in Street Fighter, exactly.
Well.
Yeah, the idea of like a crush, a guard crush or something like that. Where it's like you want to be at an animation advantage, but you don't necessarily want to do a ton of damage. So that's what that poise value is. And that can go
how much poise would Armin have normally?
Let's go take a look.
Like 50?
So the poise value lives on the life component, and everything that can take damage has one of these. So Armin's poise is 40.
40, okay.
And
that's like the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a difference here, which I didn't mention, between when I say like they get their stance broken, there are a couple of versions of that. So there's like null, like, or just like nothing. Then there's flinch. And then there's knockdown.
Okay. And they have different thresholds.
That's right. I think flinch is 50% and knockdown is 100%. So I think Armin will flinch if he takes a poise. If he takes anything over 20 damage, he'll flinch.
All right. So if, in this case, 15 won't be enough. So if I want him to be knocked down, I'd have to add at least, 35? Oh, whatever. Mathematics.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let's just actually have a look at this. So this is character stun, and then where is this? So I think it's in the enter process impact. This is, so we're in character stun, which is everything has a stun, and character stun is for enemies and players. Other things like destructible boxes and stuff have a different kind of stun. So here we're trying to figure out what's happening. We've got a collision info come in, and we're saying select state. That's probably what we want. Okay, so should tumble. So there's another layer to this. Anything that has an effect vector that has a horizontal a y component that's bigger than its x component. So anything that's like 45 degrees and up has like a chance, well, not a chance, but we'll put the enemy in tumble instead of knockdown when they break the threshold.
Oh, tumble as in they get launched.
Yeah, they get launched. Exactly. So Armin can launch enemies by swinging upwards, and he can knock them down by swinging downwards if those attacks would poise break them. So coming back to the script, that's what we're doing here. This set tumble with tumble properties if we should tumble, and should tumble checks if we're already airborne or if we're knocked down or if we've been hit upwards. So actually it's just if the Y component is upwards at all. It's not even 45 degrees. It's anything north of horizontal.
Yeah.
And then this poise broken says, okay, so if you literally don't have any poise left, so if the attack had a greater poise value plus its damage to your poise plus your defending hurt box's poise. So that's tumble and knockdown, but let's think about flinch. So right now the way I've got it set up is anything that puts you into your stun state will at least flinch you. So now I have to just check what is the context in which we enter the character stun. So like,
yeah, because at the moment with no values, Armin doesn't react at all. He just
that's right. He doesn't. That's exactly right. So, actually, I think character stun is responsible for setting itself. sets this? Hey, Sponge, thanks so much for the sub. It might be in character. There is a virtual version of this that sets it, but it looks like we're overriding it. Or everything has its own version. That's annoying. Well, some enemies do behave differently, but... Oh, okay. Here it is. So it lives on the stun. So, sorry. Just to make this complicated. Stun is the base class. Character stun inherits from it. And character stun, I think in this case, it checks the version of... So you can override this, but I think I just use it wholesale. Yeah, there's nothing to override. So everything that can get stunned, even if it's a character stun, uses this function on stun, on the parent class. So this is the calculation here. Okay, so there's this value coming in is the amount of poise left after the damage. So if it's less than 75%, there you go, that's the value. So in this case, if Armin has 40 poise, he will stun as long as the thing is at least 25% of this. So that's 10.
10, yeah.
Yeah, he'll flinch at 10.
Okay, but for knockdown, it has to be 40.
That's right.
Okay.
Cool. And again,
Alright.
that 40 can be 20 points of damage plus 20 points of poise. Right? It doesn't have to be 40 points of damage. So, is that clear?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And I imagine there will be states too where, in the game where, you know, if an enemy does exactly 40 poise, but Armin might get some kind of gear or some kind of...
Or if he's
stat.
blocking.
Or blocking, yeah. Where so you don't want to just make it like a Boolean, like will knock back, or put poise at 999 or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. No, that's cool. Good to know.
Yeah. There's a look. It is a little complicated, but it's also I'm also comfortable with how it is.
No, I like it. Yeah. It's really depth. And it makes sense. It's cool.
It'll give us options when we want to use it. And I already do have, it's already given us options. So like this, for example, is Armin's guard. His vulnerability is 0.3. So he takes a third of his damage when he's guarding in this state. And he has 100 poise. So he'll be super sturdy in this state.
That's 100 additional. So
yeah,
he would
so
have
140.
So if you want like some massive meteor attack,
yeah,
you need 150 poise or something.
Yeah, exactly. But
Alright, cool.
that's after this vulnerability. So it's actually like he only is taking a third of the damage. So yeah, 150 poise on top of the damage will do it. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit like, you know, you might have to sit down with a table calculator to do it. But this is how Dark Souls and stuff does it anyway. Smash Brothers as well.
I wonder if if his poise is broken while he's guarding, should he just take 100% of the damage? Anyway.
Maybe. I don't think personally, I don't think we'll need to go that specific.
Yeah.
If it was a fighting game, yes. If we do like a multiplayer fighting game mode, versus mode, I would say for sure we would want to do that. I'd also I think one thing that we don't do in the game, which this is a totally separate conversation, and I'll try to wrap things up here because we've been going for a while, but
okay, yeah.
I am considering making the game's defensive states more punishable and more committal. So like when you guard, it's very if you get hit on the guard, you might in Elden Ring Night Rain, you can parry anything as the executor, but if you parry like a mega nuke attack, the character will be sent into this backflip animation, and then they'll slam the sword into the ground and slide backwards while it's like a second and a half worth of animation where you're stuck and you can't do anything until that animation plays out. So little things where I just force the flow chart to be more strict when you're defending, or even like having there being like a perfect guard versus a normal guard. So if you guard exactly at the right time, you take no damage, but if you guard any other time, you only take a third, which you currently do. Stuff like that, where it just becomes a little bit more strategic, or you get a bit more punished. I'm basically trying to stop people from mashing the buttons and encourage them to be more considerate. But
Well, you can have
in the
poise
future.
recovery as well. Like when you take poise damage,
Yep.
you don't recover it instantly. Like the poise isn't refreshed immediately. Like it has to recover over time.
Yeah, this also leads into the conversation around stamina, which I've gone back and forth on for like 8 years, of whether the game should have a stamina bar. I'm not like against it. I had it for a long time, and I had like capturing an ensign would fill your stamina, and using an ensign would like halve it or something like that, or take away half. Or it's just, it became a little bit it limited the platforming aspects of the game quite severely, because what costs energy? Does running cost energy? Does jumping cost energy? If it's only combat, like what's the purpose of it?
Well, I think the only thing that needs to be limited is how some ensigns can be spammed on the ground indefinitely.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only thing.
I agree.
But I don't know the perfect solution for that
Yeah.
would be. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, and it could be stamina. It could be a stamina bar.
Yeah, some kind of ensign fatigue. I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm getting to that. I think for now in the demo, I'm okay for people to like abuse, but full game, yeah, definitely there need to be some safeguards. Okay, so
All right.
let's go back
Sounds
to
good.
the gecko attack and see what we ended up with. So we have a hitbox. It does 15 damage. Let's put an effect vector of 1, so it's horizontal in the forward direction. We can give it a hit stop of 2 if we want, and a knockback of 3. Make it crazy. So the other ones here, velocity curve, track pivot, force rounded, and facing, you don't need to know about for now. They're a bit complicated, and we'll save them for another day. There are also, if I click off of this, there are frame properties, which are separate from hitbox properties. So these apply to the whole frame. When this frame gets played in the animation, these things apply. You can do things like assign little velocity impulses, stuff like that. Or a special, like a sound or an event. This is like an Fmod sound, stuff like that. So those happen on the frame rather than on the hitbox. Again, probably not necessary for you unless you're trying to really tweak the way that it moves or something like that. But for now, let's just stick to this.
Okay.
And I won't tell you about other kinds of hitboxes too. Like there are point boxes, like effect trails and stuff. This actually, effect trail is what you would use if you wanted to do a flame around him. So this is how I do it. And it's a little complicated right now. It's like you need a start frame and end frame, and then you drag this filled square is the start frame, the black square is the end frame, and it's basically Bezier stuff over time. So you would literally create the circle like this, and then you would do velocity curve, and then you would, this is like the animation over time of it, but super unnecessary right now. We'll get to that maybe after.
I'll have to play around with it. Yeah.
It's very particular. It's the most broken, least developed part of this whole system. So don't worry about it right now.
Okay.
You can also use that system to model the movement of the character. If there's like the way Armand charges, it uses that system. So like,
yeah,
this,
that's what
this orange line. I could swap that into like, I could make it kind of like go up at the end if I wanted, and he'd literally go up like a ski jump at the end of it. And the trail here, the effect trail, is this like little S at the end. That's like the flames will go as he dives over like 3 or 4 frames, but like from the tip of the sword. So it's like It's cool when you see it, but it's not intuitive here looking at it. So let's just, this will automatic, you don't have to recompile, it'll just work. So now he takes the damage. And if we jump while it's happening, we should get knocked horizontally. You saw that?
Okay. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I like the back step. I like the return back to where it was. That's really good.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just got to figure out, just an alternate spot if they're already on top of Armin before they attack.
Yeah. I would also, I think that's it for now. I was just thinking, like, as they move around, just make sure that the points that they pick whenever they're moving are within outside of a radius of Armin, if they can see him. So, like, making sure that the distance is greater than some value, basically.
Well, at the moment when they see him, they don't want to patrol at all. They just...
I see. They just stand their ground.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mhm.
They go back.
Even if... So there's no real chase state. It's
But
just,
that moment there, after it returned back, has it lost sight of us?
Yeah, I think I've just put that. I'll probably have to polish that up a bit because they just kind of forget about Armin after a certain time.
Okay. That's all right.
Yeah,
Maybe that would be on the behavior tree. After it has finished doing its attacking, you don't go to patrol if it can see Armin or something like that.
Yeah.
So you would say like, if like.
Yeah, I think I just put that in as a band-aid fix for now, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. Then you would do something else. Patrol, you know.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. I'll let you. I'm not going to commit any of this. Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. Feeling good?
Yeah. And I think I can figure out how to make it vulnerable and add like a hurt state or death state rather. And I'll just draw a...
Yeah. So like you would, on all of these animations, I can show you that really quickly. You would just add a hurt box to this. Box, enemy hurt. And then make it also a trigger box. And then just place it here.
So we're happy to have it just vulnerable at all times?
Yep. I think so.
Okay.
Yep. And you don't, typically, I don't really put any properties on the hurt boxes unless they're like vulnerable or not vulnerable, or I wanted to change the poise. But because it's only got one hitbox, one hit point, that's literally all you need. So like doing that, and then like same thing here, just box, enemy hurt, and then just placing it over the thing is fine. Let's see if it works.
But you can determine things like the hit stop when Armin hits them, or if it knocks him back, or how much it knocks him back when he hits them.
No, that's on Armin's attack.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a standard. It's very standardized how the hang on. Right now they don't have any. Well, they should have hurt boxes. Oh, that guy's stuck in a wall. Hang on.
That's weird. Oh, maybe it was that code that you put for the patrol.
That the hurt kicked in. Hang on. I don't think we have enough space to... The sword is not long enough to hit. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. But I've got errors, so there's a bunch of stuff going wrong. But cool.
Right.
So that was to do with me switching branches. But yes, so you just want to put a hurt box on all of them. And that should work. They should die straight away. You saw then a little B when we attacked it. That's just because Scanline Death has the B die as default.
Yeah.
So you just go into the gecko and you just replace it with the gecko die or whatever you want, gecko flinch or something. And that'll just play that instead. And that's it.
All right. Yeah, feeling pretty confident. I should be able to continue on with it.
Great.
But I'll be sure to bug you if I have any problems.
All good. There was one other thing, which was the enemy. You said you put some stuff in the. Like
the
to-do.
proposal.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean we've kind of validated that today, so I think that's good. Minimum movement range. So many vulnerable in all states limited. I think I would say yes, vulnerable all the time. Maybe I'll just put it here. Varied idle times, move times as multiple gecko move in unison. This, I would say, my to do for this for you would be, varied idle times. You can set that. I would say yes. I'll let you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
you can do that in the gecko. I'm sure they have an idle somewhere, maybe in patrol.
Yeah, there's an idle time. I think I'll just have to
Yeah.
add like very.
In
Yeah,
the
just another-
script, so this is a duration here. You can set that in the script, or you can set it here. And so you can do it when you play the animation, like when you set the state, you can set the idle. Also, there's a. Actually, I might just not say that. It might not work for the gecko. But there's like, I think, a flying idle or something, and you can set it there as well. So right now, you might need a reference to the idle on the. You might need a reference to this in the script if it's not already plugged in, or just like say like patrol.idle or whatever. But then yeah, you just set the float on a per set basis. However, just be aware that it'll need to be on the gecko patrol, right? Which it already is. It's a custom patrol for the gecko, so rather than affecting patrols everywhere. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
satisfied.
Yeah, me too.
Cool. All right, I'll let you get to it. Thanks, Luca.
All right. Thanks, Adam.
Cheers.
Chat to you later.
Have a good weekend. Okay, there we go. Psycho says, is the demo event just for the event we're going to, or is Steam getting a taste? Steam is not getting a taste, but you can get a taste here on the channel by going to the demo, which will be here this week. Now, I have to close Unity and probably rebuild the project, unfortunately. It happens to me too often. I don't know how we're going to fix that. I think I just delete the library folder. It's large. Gigabytes big. And I'll have to figure out something to do. Try again. Okay, what if I cancel and then just go Insignia and then just re-import all? I just want to check. I got a message from a client. Okay, that's nothing to do with me. Good. All right, chat. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we should be able to switch the branches. This is going to screw me up, isn't it? Hang on. Let me discard everything here. Go into development. See ya. And then open the project. So All right. Let's see how much stuff is still broken when I open the project over here. That actually looks okay. If I click open to the map, does that break everything? No. Oh, okay. It re-fixed itself. Really? Did it actually work? Huh. Okay. I'm just gonna pretend it never broke in the first place. Sweet. Pals, I'm starting to get, like, there are aspects with this game where I'm feeling so confident about them. Like, this map is so robust right now. It's so good. You know, like, it's like unbreakable. It's good, you know, and it sounds good and it feels good and it's good. You know, some of this stuff is a little clunky still. But like the map's good. Also, like what I just changed now, like the way that the item get sequence plays the dialogue. So normally Armin's dialogue is above him, right? But if I go over here, it'll go below so as not to interrupt the icon for the item. It doesn't like overlap it or anything like that. Like that's good. You know, having that option, it's good. Having like these like S's like be where they need to be and sit properly and like, you know, there's this like perception at a certain point when a polish is high enough that it's like bulletproof, that like you can just trust that it just works all the time. And if something's like a little janky, like just then, for example, I'll say it, like when I'm looking at this, when I click open, see how like this square sort of moved into place? That's bad. Like I don't want to see that. Like, because that was what happened was I was focusing this, close the menu, and now it moved over to this. Like that kind of like betrays the confidence in the system that it's like quickly trying to tidy up while you're opening it. It doesn't feel rock solid. Whereas like the map feels like really good. You know, it's like aspects of the experience that invite the player to feel more confidently about it, it's very important that we do that right. For me, it's very important, you know, and it's not perfect yet. Like this doesn't look right yet, but it's looking better. And it's good enough that I actually feel quite, you know, confident in it as a system in a game. You know, it feels like this is an actual representation of data. I could plan around where I want to go next if I need to go here. You know, I can't yet put like a stamp there. That would be sick. But I can at least go like this and go, okay, if I go here, I should be able to go here. Yep, now I'm there. And I can tell where I am in the level relative to the level. Great. You know, if I could skip over to here. Okay, I'm just there. Great. And now I'm there. Perfect. You know, just that level of like confidence that the game is not lying to me. Or like crappy or like not confident in itself about how it works and what it's set up to do. It's good. So we're going to do a really quick playthrough of the demo, like now. There are some things that I want to fix, but I'm going to take a break first. Let's turn all this off and save it, and I'll be back in a bit. Yo. Oh. Okay, chat. Time for a playthrough. And we're just going to take notes. Probably worth also doing this. I'm getting a controller. Okay. Good. Okay. Let's start from, I don't think in the editor it works from there, but I can start it from maybe from here. Wait, what? You know what? I just want to start it from here. Okay. I'm going to be pausing periodically to write notes. But, oh yeah, maybe I'll do that on a different screen. All right, let's go. Sorry, chat. I'll do that again for you. Ah, I screwed it up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Menu sounds in the Forge. First thing. Oh, that's a bug. I think I've already written that down, but I'll write it anyway. No, it's not infinite. It's just that you see the sprite twice. It's just a visual bug. I want coins. I want you to be able to buy something here if you run around. Maybe jump on the rooftops and get coins. I also think it would be nice if this dog chased you when you walked in. Takes too long. Cool. Yoink. You will be able to pet the dog. You can't right now, but you will be able to. Yeah. In that moment there, you should lose the pork off cut. But maybe it'll happen afterwards. Quest items as they happen in game. Cool. Okay, we did technically, I think it got exchanged. The vacant park? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Dog disappears. That's a problem. Sword. Visible. Jumping on snake without sword. Oh, you mean where the grave is? There is quest content there. We could put music in this scene. Oops. Armin does not. Oh, man, another one. Hang on. Armin, Mark, old man scene doesn't go off camera. I know what I mean by that. Oh, I mean, we could do it. There's a character who's going to teach you how to do it. So I can't do it just yet, but I think a cello point in this demo is really important, and we don't have one right now because I took away all the older stuff. It's not bad, this first day. It's okay. This is a good end to the scene. Thanks, Diamond. Better all the time, hey? He probably should have a slump animation here. Just one where he's like, his head's down a little bit. It's kind of cute, him being so static, but it's also, I feel like it could have more in it. It's kind of a little bit empty right now. So that's the first time that we get to see the map. And I don't think it's right. I think it should be that his portrait does change sides, but because that's he turns around. He turns 180, like he flips the other way. So the portrait faces the way he's facing. It is intentional. I know it doesn't look perfect, but it's consistent with the way that the game determines how the portrait should go. I think that there should be a quest at the start of the game to go to Orenstead to get something. Because right now, this is the first time you go to the map, and there's already so much stuff in it that it would be nice to show it in a more empty state. So, what do I do? I gotta go up there. How do I do that? I guess I go... Can I make anything else? Be nice if I could. Oh wait, I got the bread loaf design, but I can't forge that yet. It'd be good to know why. I mean, I think I do know why, because I don't have the 5 wheat stalks. But I think I'm missing right now, like it'd be cool maybe to be able to buy something that you could forge. Oh, shouldn't be able to do that. Oh no, I did. Did I? I must have got... Oh, I did get coins. What did I get just now? I wasn't looking when it happened. An apple? How did I get the apple? Did I... I'll have to watch the VOD. Did I literally just press down and press A on the apple? I wasn't even paying attention. An oronite chunk, it's a crafting material. Two things. I would love to have clearer understanding of item types. Oh, that didn't sound very good. And also the quest ending structure with rewards is really important. I feel like all quests should have rewards, and they don't right now. They don't have any. There is no reward structure in the game. Sometimes, like just now, we got given the pauldron as a reward, but it didn't say that we got it. It just ended the quest. So the fact that there is no formal ending, it also means that like we can't do like throwaway quests right now where it's very obvious what it is you're going to get out of it. Even this one, like you're going to get a ring from this quest, right? So like it would be great if he said you get a ring if you do it. Hey Mary, thank you so much. Dude, what's going on with the music? Some odd choppiness there. Basically, you get the points, you redeem it, and then I review your art. You send me a Discord image or whatever, like a message. That needs to be clearer. We could even do this where he opens the menu as part of the dialogue. Like this. Also, hide the UI. Hide HUD when for pillow menu. Oh, lots of little things. Okay. I definitely want to save for the magnet ring. Lots of oronite chunks. How many have we got now? 3. Why did it say 2 then? That's not good.
More like a bridge too short.
Any Bubsy players in chat? We 100% need place cards for the Athenium. Be great to have like an intro sequence here as well. this isn't going to be part of it. And then also, what the hell is this? That's not supposed to be there. Harriet. Okay. Whew. Lots of stuff, but it's all good. It's all little things. Oh, dude, this scene's completely changed since before. How much of the game is done? We're at like 30% of the content, but like 90% of the systems. 95. This needs music. This is the stacks. Oh, it's gonna look so much better. You don't even know. You don't even know. Maybe my standards are too high. It has come a long way. $400 probably shouldn't have a dash, should it? Do you know what I'm doing in this one that's different? I'm mostly... So this is now halfway. Previously, this was the end. Now it's halfway through. So the difference is those quests, like getting to here in the previous version was the whole quest. Like the main quest was getting here. Now you get here halfway through the demo and the side quests are filtered throughout here and going back again. There's also fast travel, so you'll see that in a bit. This needs camera work, obviously. This needs to be updated. But, like, now we have a mission. You know, there's some drama now driving this, you know, this whole interaction. Whereas before it was like, just this part here just happened at one point. Now it's like something more. Actually, there was supposed to be a moment there that we didn't get. I'm going to pause it really quickly. Just a sec. No old man. No second old man scene. Okay. That should survive the pause. That's unfortunate. That music. It should pause with the pause. Anyway. Hey, Sponge, welcome. Now we got some intrigue. We need music in all of this. I might even stop it here. All right, well, let's just keep playing. We'll keep going through and see what happens. Ow. This, it 100% needs music. I mean, we've got music, it's not playing right now. I feel like I want the music in this scene before I continue. So I'm going to stop right here and I'm going to implement everything that that we haven't done yet. So let me pause this. That was fun. Windows, we've got plenty of stuff for the next like hour. I mean, the demo's got like the whole rest of the chapter in it already. It's already done. Maybe I over-delivered. But that is a good point of intrigue. That's all right. I'll give them the whole thing. Okay. Let's have a quick look at all of the tasks I just created for myself. This is exactly what this was nothing 20 minutes ago. Now it's everything. So there's going to be a line here of things that I can do today and things that I can't. This I cannot do. Let's put this at the bottom first. And then this can't be done today. Okay, equipment sprite bug when dismissing after opening the arrangement. That's not a today one. Starting money. Coins in ore instead. We could put some coins in ore instead. Again, not a today one. That's more of a suggestion than a necessary thing. Hugo's theme takes a while to kick in. That also is a music one. I'll give feedback to Morgan on that. Get and lose quest items as they happen in the game. Certainly, that's one that is to throw on the to-do list, but it's not one for today. There's one specific one though of pork off-cut. Make it obvious that we lost it. I think that's what we're missing. Okay, so I'm just gonna like rush in there and resolve all that stuff right now. At least, well, let's keep going. Sword visible, jumping on snake without sword. It's harder to do. I'll push it down. Music in old man scene, can do that, easy. Mum night, yep, can do that. Almond mark old man, yep, can do that. Clearer understanding of item types, that's a later one. That's way down. Quest ending structure, that is a later one, but it's important. Pillow, highlight, treasure, and 3 feathers, that's a later one. Sword visible, we'll see what I can do there. It's probably a tomorrow thing. Athenian place card can do that. Smith syllabus quest markers fix can do that. Harriet dialogue visible after she disappears. We might be able to do that. Music for Athenian stacks, no second old man sequence, and then music for excavation for crucible scenes. I can do all of this in 25 minutes. Let's call it 30. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so pork off cut, make it obvious that we lost it. So I think what's happening here is inside of the cutscene, which is dog 2, which is this one here, inside of this timeline, there's probably a moment, I think at the end technically, where we how do we lose this item? I would have thought that it would be on this, there would be some kind of we've got sequence player, playable director, Rupert pin, doggo cutscene. Is it on the doggo? There's a quest item handler that takes the item from you. Okay, that's fine. So this true false means give, take. Take is false, which is what's happening here. So is there there's like an exchange from inventories? Yeah. And then there is changing the jump sound. I like it as it is. Some sounds are supposed to sound more chiptune-y. That I like it. I don't want it to sound just like texture, because jumping doesn't sound like anything in real life. Okay, so if we remove item from inventory, there is a point here where add, remove. There's a toast that gets sent here where that's add. Exchange item. Here it is here. So this is if, oh, it says lost there. But I didn't see the word lost on the pork off cut. I did have some old Armand sprites in the walking animations in some of the cutscenes. Yeah, those are just, unfortunately, I don't have a newer one. I don't have a new walk. See, that says one pork off cut to me. It does not say lost. Hey, Nick Games. Hey, Blazin. That's only to add to inventory. Toast item, toast money, toast quest. Well, if we just let this play on, do I have another pork off cut? No, it took it. So we just need to log that and just see what's happening here. So this is in game data. I think this should be anytime we remove from inventory, we should have this lost X items. Capital L. Oh, it's on the ceiling. Okay. I'm like, where are these pork offcuts? Yeah, so what is that? It's showing the thing, but it's not actually doing that. Okay. West data. Well, okay. Maybe we can game data. Man, this half an hour is gonna go by very quickly. If false, then add it. Oh, that's not right. If it's take, then that's okay, sure. Exchange from inventories is what's happening, right? And it's true, false. That's false. It should be false on the pork offcut. Let's have a look. True, false, false, 1. I mean, it is removing it from the inventory. That's what's crazy. True, false. It's false. So we go here. We go here. We do this. So then what else are we missing here? Alrighty. Speed it up. Okay. Tell me what's going on here. Exchanging 1 pork offcut. Removing 1 pork offcut from inventory. Now I'm mega lost because look at this. Set toast, new note element, item sprite, lost, quantity, X, item name. How does that result in 1 pork offcut? Unless this just like doesn't work, this system, which is not, it's not the worst. It's not unthinkable. But it's really clear how this works because this, oh, I think I understand. I think I get it. I think the hash is the same as us when we got it. When we got the pork offcut, it says, hey, I've already got one in the back here. Hang on a sec. One more time. Man, my playback controls are so good now. Being able to test this way, it's very efficient. There we go. Yeah. It's reusing the hash from when we added a pork offcut. It's like, hey, same stuff here, right? So let's just like re-show you that previous one. I don't know why I've got this system. I guess it's because if you get like 3 apples, one after the other, you want to update the one line about getting an apple rather than show you 3 lines about getting apples. So the hash is wrong. Well, the hash might be empty. How do we set the hash? We set the toast, string custom hash. Well, shouldn't we just compare all the elements? Okay, oh, hang on a sec. Does this have a hash? The hash is the item name? Okay. So right now it's like, remove should be the hash. Not just that we got an item name, it should be removing the item. And then it won't return the same hash. Dude, the chromatic aberration on the terminal is killing me. Okay, go. And A. I think the X is a little weird. I think it should just be lost 1. Or it needs to be like 1 space X space. But that's okay. For now, I'll keep it like this. -1 pork chop. You think so? -1? In fact, because it's a key item, it should be lost the pork offcut. It should be the article. I'll do that another time. For now, it's correct. Dog disappears running past the Martin. Okay, this is easy too. This is to do with this cutscene. Okay. Puppy goes from here to there and disappears on screen. So it needs to move a lot faster so that it's off camera by the time this purple line is there. Let's pull it a bit further back, maybe more. Yeah, it's gone by the time that's there. That's cutting it really fine, but it should be, if my game is good, it should be reliable. Let's find out if my game is good. Hang on. There's one thing I didn't do. I didn't make it disappear yet. The green one made it disappear. The red one makes it, the pink one makes it stop. The green one makes it disappear. So now we can check. If my game is good, it will work. If my game is good, this will work. What the heck's happening? Something's broken. Hang on. There's lots of things that are broken. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, please. Okay. What? What the hell just happened? He just ran away. Okay. You come back here and you play this goddamn cutscene. Okay. Yeah. Game is good. Game is good. I should keep these bugs stored in my, what is it, 4:37 p.m.? It's here. The previous one was something to do with pork off cut, disappear, remove. Toast. Okay, next. Music in old man scene. Easy source. That's easy to do. So, fixes doggo related cutscene stuff. Go, 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 go. Next is music in old man scene. Okay. Okay, a toast notification is something that pops up like a piece of toast. It's a mobile phone operating system terminology, and I have them in my game. And so it's a pork offcut toast that gets removed. All right, this is a scene meta issue, scene meta editor, and in this scene meta we want music, and the music is Crucible. I don't know what Crucible 2 is, but let's have a listen to this one at least. Shush you. I think it's Crucible 1 we want. I mean, maybe it's Crucible 2? I don't know what's the difference between those. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So, solved. And then we're going to do this one next too. Almond mark, old man. So this is now, we're not even, these need to be smaller because we're getting them done so quickly that we're actually blitzing. Okay. So almond mark, old man scene doesn't go off camera. I thought I solved this, but I might have just exited away from the scene without realizing that I did it. So, old man, the old man, here he is here. Here's our timeline. Here it is. Armin has a mark that he goes to in the old man scene called Mark 1. And there's Mark 0. The problem here is that it's unfortunate, but see how he crosses through the air on the way out? The problem there is that doing that means that he breaks out of the state that he's trying to navigate through. So instead we have to, I think, keep it short and then go keep Mark 1 to be like here down the stairs so that when he walks, he stays pretty close to where he's supposed to go. I think that will be okay. And then as long as the camera dismisses properly during this, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, not like that. I think what we want to do in this case with the old man sequence is to have it not wait for the timeline at the end. So what will happen there is it will start fading away as he's walking away. Oh, didn't even... Okay, fine. Okay, we do need to wait for the timeline to end. But maybe we can fade the camera out earlier then. Maybe 2 seconds is okay. Fade out over 2 seconds. That's a long time. He'll still be on screen when that happens. Okay, 1 second it is. A little early. You can go a little later than that. And then bring him in a little bit. Maybe so that just like he basically stops exactly when. Yeah, that'll be okay. Let's try it. Ooh, but his starting position was way off. Mark 0 is here. But shouldn't that be where he starts the cutscene? He doesn't have a position that he walks to at the beginning. So when he starts the cutscene, it's because he's moving to where he needs to stand relative to... What is this? How does this work? Does it just start on trigger? It's just there, wherever that is. And why does it start there? Because it starts on collision. So, okay. So then the old man and then also Armin Mark 1. Oh, they're in the same spot. Okay. Maybe I just clicked a button. I just clicked too close to it. I should just run at it first. It's not great, if I'm being honest. We could do another one, Mark 2. And then have him like immediately continue to the next one. So then this one is Mark 1 to Mark 2. And then none. And then Mark 2 can be like just off that way at the same distance. Yeah. So now we just want to have the camera fade out. I think 2 seconds is better. It keeps it more dramatic. But now we have a bit more time to play with. You can put it over here. Why? Is it because he left the... Because Armin technically left the zone camera? But it shouldn't. Ah, it totally does. Oh, man. That's so annoying. Dude, I don't know what to do. I guess we just take it back to the way it was like a little beat ago. So this one's just 0 to 1. This is just a normal fade out over 1 second. And we make them stop about the same spot. Maybe a little earlier. I think it's okay. Maybe we could kind of push it a little bit further over. We could even maybe try doing it like this even and see what happens. I'm curious. Yeah, we can't walk. Mark 1 can't be outside of the zone camera, which is there. This line here, he can't cross that. So it has to be here, inside of that. I think that's okay. And now I think we can make it extend a bit further. So it's like, yeah, a little faster even. And then this can be 1 second like that. Okay. One more time. Perfect. I think the tag is now 448. I feel like the HUD toasts should be above everything. Where is the canvas for this? There it is. Where do we put it? Okay, you are on sword HUD. And nope, you're in addition to sword HUD, which means we've got to put you on final black 1000. Yeah. I also don't want the HUD to appear. Don't show and then hide HUD between scene transitions from the where. Yeah, that's it. And that's not a today one. Okay, how are we doing for Pomodoro? 2 minutes. Shit. All right. Next, Mum Night dialogue pin. Easy. Save this. Go here. Commit this really quickly. Updates. Toast sorting. Okay. Put you here. Go here. Move to here. Go night. Objects. And then inside of here, we need a pin. Dialog pin. Don't have one. Okay, create empty. Her name is Rose Dialog pin. And specifically, it goes right here. So this is where can I put this? These all wait for Damn it. Meet old man and not Maggie. So this test progress, we want to say we've met old man. And Maggie. Good. So it is this is appropriate. So at night time, when we talk to mum, we want her to be above the door. Perfect. And then when it's not nighttime, she needs to be where she's standing. So right now we want to say no progress. Ah, no good. That means that we need like a second one, maybe. No, that's annoying. I mean, we could put it on her here and say 0, 0, put her up here at 25 and see what happens. I don't think it'll work though. Because technically that should be disabled, the other one, when we start this. Yeah, but now will it work on the other one? No, only one can work at a time. The only other way to do this would be to go into the... Oh, it's like a race condition. The only other way to do this would be to check if they are sequence player, find objects of type, dialog pin, but I don't want it to be true. If it's disabled, it shouldn't find it. Or if this is enabled and that one's not, that's the other way to do it. Hey, haha, look at you. You always say that. You say that every day. Ball new is active. Let's see if that works. I doubt it will. Yeah, we'd have to have two in this context. Nice. And nice. Sweet. That works now. So we're going to this updates dialog pin functionality to support multiple dialog pins based on whichever is active in the scene if one isn't. Okay. Let's keep playing some music. What else? It's now 4:57. Let's do one more Pomodoro of it, yeah? We'll do another one. Okay, keep going. Hide HUD for pillow menu. I can do that. That's easy. That'll take me, I bet you it'll take me 3 minutes. Damn it. Ba, 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 ba. Love that part. What? Oh. Is it because? We always show the HUD at the end of a sequence. Yeah, and that happens last. Oof. Race condition again. There is a solution to this. It's quite annoying. It's not annoying. It's just that there's a solution to it. HUD behavior needs. You can't just have these. You need a stack of inhibitors. That's a control hash of mono behaviors. Hiders. Hide in hiders. Can I not do that? Oh, two things. Oh, that control hash is for, you need a value as well. Good question. I think it's just a hash then at that point. Control hash. Control effector. Yeah, okay. So it's just a hash set at that point. Sure. All right. So when we hide HUD, what we're really doing is we need to have a mono behavior hider. Hiders.add hider. And actually, there shouldn't be a show HUD. I hope there's no show HUD. Yeah. I think what I want to do is have like... Yeah, that's what I want. That's correct, actually. Just like that. Very good. Oh, that'll just work amazingly then. I just need to make sure that all the things that call this pass themselves into it. What's wrong with that? This needs to be engine. What else? Oh, lots of broken things. I don't know what that's for. Cool. Yeah. Okay, we finished talking. We should see the HUD. Great. Perfect. Yes. Perfect. Good job. So that's all done. I was 6 minutes off my guess. Still pretty good. 5:06. All right, next one. Athenian place card. That's easy. That will take literally like 30 seconds. Adds control hash to HUD visibility system. Okay. So that's literally just in this scene. We go to the scene meta and we press this button. Show caption. Wait, it is pressed. But we didn't show the caption. Okay. No caption. Okay. Let's have a look. Mm-mm. Oh, this is part of scene instances? Oh, geez, that's crazy. Is there anywhere else this gets called? What? One place in the whole game? That's crazy. Okay, I guess not. I think we need to lazy load this. Nope. That's what I want. Nice. So when I walk in, it should look like this. You can't see it. Maybe actually, this should be higher up. Where would I want this to be? Right now, it's pretty low. Could be higher. I mean, we could put it at the top. Like here. Or here. Or here. Maybe like right there. Nah. Lower third for sure. Like there. I think it needs a bit more, what's the word? Filigree around it. It's fine. It's just not very interesting. So anyway, that's done now. Next. Smith syllabus quest markers fix. Oh, that's a good one. So, okay, what this is that when I have things in the game that are quest flags, well, that are quests, the way that a quest gets drawn to the game is, so, the Smith syllabus. This is a quest. The quest is made up of 2 flags, meet Harriet and then find the Smith syllabus. That quest, right now, is starting here and ending like in a scene that doesn't exist anymore. Hey dog, how's it going? Any tips on finals prep? Finals for high school or finals for university? for uni, you know, they're not that important. Just do a good job. Just try. I don't know. I wasn't a great student. Like I worked hard, but like I wasn't like good at being a student. I didn't have like great methods of cramming or digesting information, or I just like listened in class and tried my best, you know. So the Smith syllabus should start and end when you get sent and it should be Find the Smith syllabus. And right now, Find the Smith syllabus is set in a bunch of different scenes, which is the problem here. So like it's set in this scene, right? Which is not even in the thing anymore. So this needs to just, I mean, I don't want to remove it from the game, but it's set by so many things. Puzzle room 2, puzzle room 3. How is that possible? Oh, wow, yeah, I guess it is. I remember this. This was pretty cool. This is what Luca put together. If I save this, I think it is going to check disabled things. I think I got to delete it from this. That's really annoying that my system is built on this. So I kind of have to just delete it. Wait, where is it? What the hell? Did I just delete it from this scene? Am I crazy? Why are these not updating? Hey, radiant damage. I would say pick a small project, something really tiny that you want to achieve, like make a character move on screen and follow that, and do things one little tiny thing at a time. Oh, I made these smaller, did I? That was smart. That's pretty clever, Adam. They're not the same size as these, so they look further away. Okay, now. You. Sure. I use Unity. Dude. They should be getting smaller. I guess that is fewer. What? Oh, it's because it's an item in the causality set. Well, that's okay. That's allowed to be there. What is Athenian puzzle room? That's this here. If I go here, it should say, it should disappear from here now. But it's not. These should be disappearing as I delete the references. They don't seem to be. That's not good. Set orphan flags according to the following. If a flag has a setter object and that setter is a getter of another object, the flag with the setter comes first. Okay. That's sorting orphan flags, but let's like remove. For each flags in all refs in scene, for each checked one, if the checked one is not the set flag, if for each reference in scene, I think this is just removing, yeah, that's fine. This is like sync causality for iFlag handler. For each meta ref, old and old refs, if you can't find, remove it. Okay. So what's going on here? Why is that not happening? Right. Okay. So then this needs to check. When I click this, maybe it's this error that I need to catch and do something to. I don't know about remove meta and refs. I don't know about that. It's more like this is what I'd like to do is provide a context when we pass into this that it failed. So what is this? This is a meta ref. So it's like if insignia data dot library dot instance collection but I don't want to remove the whole thing. I want to remove I don't know. Maybe that's okay. Hey. Okay, solved. Now we actually delete broken references. So this should place a pin in this scene. Jordan Peterson. Now listen here. First, you have to ask what you mean by Jordan. And then you have to ask what you mean by Peterson. And of course, there's what you mean by accent and talk. It's not simple. It's not trivial. You postmodernists think you know what it means to do an impression. You're not even conscious of what you're asking for. Of course, Jordan Peterson exists on a spectrum, a hierarchy of voices, which includes Kermit the Frog. Okay? And Kermit, you know, we also live on that spectrum. All right? So, you know, whether it's Kermit or it's Jordan or it's, you know, if you're more nasal, Ray Romano, you know, we're all the same person, really. And in fact, all humanity is a spectrum of the same person, the image of God, split out into millions of slices. So, in fact, you can ask yourself, where on the spectrum are you? Are you a Jordan Peterson impression? But what do you mean by person? And what do you mean by isn't or real? Of course, Kermit the Frog exists in some way, in some fashion. Isn't that truth? Isn't that reality? How can you be so sure? It's like, no, it's not that simple. You're gonna wake up one day and find out you're lost, man. Total upheaval of your entire psyche. I tell you. It's like what Jung said. It's not easy being green. And green, it represents envy. What do you think that means? All right. All right. That's enough. Pink. What are we doing? We're doing pink. Okay, sponge. And of course, as fate would have it, it was green. You think you're in control, man? It's like, no. Alrighty. Well, we did that. The next one is Harriet's dialogue being visible. I think we'll do that tomorrow. It's really just these two that we want. Okay, well, these three. We can solve them pretty quick too. So let's go out and do that real quick. No release date yet. What is entry scene? No, we don't need that anymore. Are instead Crucible Arm enters? Oh, that's like gone. Oh, it was too high. We walked underneath the collider. It's not quite right. Where's the camera? All right, sweet. So that's fixed. And then we got music in that scene just by virtue of... we didn't put it in the other Crucible scenes though. What is it? It's 5:35. Oh. Music for the stacks. I can do that. That's this one. We need Athenium music. And this one here. Very good. And then for the rest of these, we need also... This is Crucible. I don't know why there's Crucible and Crucible 2. I'm a little concerned about that. But that's got a state system, and I need that for all of them. So let's just roll with it. Crucible 2, Electric Boogaloo. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, that's a lot of work we did. That's a lot of bugs we fixed. Look at all that. And these two as well. It's only 5:37. Killing it. Sweet. Okay. So now let's go and pick up where we left off. So it's returning to this scene after speaking to Harriet, and we've entered in the scene from here. It is, yep, post Athenium, play, stop, go. Crank that music for you, chat. That's not supposed to happen like that. With the music, it's pretty good. Should put a quest or two here. Putting the controller back in my hands. I don't know why we didn't see the anvil there, the ensign there. He's not supposed to say any of that there. Anyway. Oops. Alrighty. Oh, thanks, Liz. That's not supposed to happen. We would have already had that by now. That's okay. Yeah. No, I can't finish. Hang on, there we go. Oh. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is bad in that I feel like I'm kind of ready for the cutscene now. I'm kind of just ready to fight for the thing to end. I almost feel like I got the dungeon experience that I wanted, and now I'm just ready for the boss fight. Unless there's more story in the middle that we currently haven't really done. This is a lot of gameplay. Oh, that sucks. That's very infrequent that happens. Anyway, there must have been a bug somewhere in the global schedule. I mean, I know there have been bugs in the global schedule because I've got a bunch of things I'm supposed to be doing that it didn't wrap up. Maybe at the end of the scene, it should dismiss all of the things in the global schedule. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, let's just pretend we've done everything now. Back to part 3. Can I just talk to her now? No. Where is this? Late demo? Yeah, that'll do. Music. Oh no. There we go. Not a lot of HP on Harriet. We did it. She was going easy on me, that's right. Very good. Oh yeah, there's a lot of, I think, so like right now, just to keep everyone in the loop of like where we're at. Right now, content-wise, because I've ripped a bunch of stuff out, the first thing I had to do was rip a bunch of stuff out, restructure the whole house, and I sort of don't have the furniture back in yet. So there is a lot of like minor story that needs to happen in that latter third. There's just like a bunch of like character interaction and stuff like that that's just not there right now. So that's kind of what we need to be doing like the next few days. And most of them should be just side quests. They're not like major. They're not connected to anything other than themselves, but they give you a little bit of context as you do them. I also feel like if I had to be like, I just played it all through, right? If I had to be super nitpicky, I feel like I'm going to put the music back on. I'm going to give my criticism. How did I do that in Unity with the cutscenes? I made the parallax myself. I did it all in Unity. If it's you mean the cutscene with the fight, just before the fight? This part here? Or like, just like the character dialogue, or like the actual like cutscene? This one here. Well, that's custom as well. It's all custom. Like this thing here, all this, and then all this. It's just in Unity, just in the timeline. Yeah, so I think I want to say a few things. I guess I'll just write out all my sentiments first, and then we'll see how we go with it. Yeah, a lot of custom clip tracks and a lot of like, this is what a cutscene looks like in my game. This is that last one. It's a lot going on in it, but it's not, it is what it is. So it's dialogue, or these orange bits of dialogue. These are camera movements. These are the characters and what they do. This is different like camera setups, like different, like, so like this last one's for all the last stuff. And then these are just like GIFs basically, or like static images that are just moving around. Yeah. And they're all their own game object that knows how to do what it's doing. Okay. So let's give my thoughts. I think overall, we're still in need of a trim, pacing-wise. There's lots. Let's just do it without the bullet points. There's lots to do, and it's much more digestible than it was in the past, but I think there's a level of connective tissue in terms of plot tension that we're missing. The stakes around the old man and the lead up to the Athenaeum is still lacking some clear and present danger. Also, I think we're probably overstaying our welcome on the Athenium puzzles. I hate saying that, but I think it's true. I feel pretty much ready to fight Harriet straight away. When we enter the Athenium. I think this mostly comes down to the fact that there are now many different opportunities, and maybe this is just me, maybe I get bored because I've played the game so much, to use the, well, no, I think gameplay wise, so this is where I'm at. I'll explain it to you guys, even if I can't explain it to myself in text. It's easier to do visually. This is what I'm feeling pacing wise. And there are different things going on here. So in this chapter of the game, this is the path that you take. You do a little lap to meet all the characters. Then you do a bigger loop to get to the Athenium to end here. So it's like little loop, big loop. And by the time you get here, you start learning the powers. There's 1, 2, 3. So you crisscross across the map. So you went from learning characters to learning basic combat to learning special abilities. And once you get to learning the 3 special abilities, it's this scene, and this scene that you use those abilities, all 3 of them, in puzzle gameplay. So in terms of like laying out the essay of the game in terms of the gameplay, it's very well laid out in terms of their format, because it's like intro to movement and characters, and then this is like the order in which I'm help teaching the player. Intro to combat and directional attacks. Intro to parrying, and then intro to ability A, ability B, ability C, using abilities in tandem, boss fight, requiring abilities, you know? So it's pretty good. I think what's happening for me is maybe now that I've split these out, this is now like 20 minutes of teleporting in and out and doing different things. Maybe it's time that I allow fast travel to all locations from here. If I let you fast travel to all 3 locations straight away, I save you from having to run back through here. It's just a bit upsetting because like this is a really great scene that requires you. There's like there is exploration tension that is quite satisfying to resolve when you pass through here the second time, and now you can go up through here in a way you couldn't before. I don't really know how to resolve that. It just feels like, well, maybe it's all the dialogue. Maybe there's just a little bit too much right now. There's too much explanation, I think. And it's like maybe the ratio of like right now it feels like the amount of time we spend learning about abilities and lore really outweighs the amount of time we spend with Armin and characters around Orenstead. And I think our appetite for the former needs to grow by consuming the latter. How long am I targeting it to be? Honestly, I don't have a target length. I just want it to be as long as it needs to be to give the most satisfying experience possible. And that can be shorter than it currently is. And right now, that's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like it needs to be shorter than it is. It's like 2.5 hours long if you do all the content. It's long. It might take 2 or 3 sessions. It's just that I need to make these story beats feel more compartmentalized. It would be great if there were reasonably sized narrative arcs, bite-sized narrative arcs between each of the between the kind of like that coalesced. To the final bit. So I think like this would be something like Hugo. And yeah, this feedback is specifically for the demo that I'm working on right now. But it's also the game. The game and the demo, they're the same thing. Hugo, Maggie, maybe something to do with, well, Hugo X Maggie X Armin. That would be like one thing. The Martin / Wilhelm. And then maybe one more. Could be the traveling band. Or like but I don't think so. Hexical Pox, I have decided for my sake, and maybe in terms of nostalgia, for me, the demo is not a separate asset from the game. The demo is the first part of the game. Like, this is like going back to like the demo 1 days on the PlayStation. Games like Tomba or Tombi, depending on which region you're in. That game just gives you 3 hours of gameplay and then stops right about where this one is. Yeah. So the demo is not like, here's a bit of gameplay, see ya. It's, here's the first chapter of the game. And then get excited for the next ones. but I'm a little concerned right now that I'm saying too much, I think. And I'm not leaving enough to be desired. But I feel like the game makes its thesis statement right here. That's the thing that bothers me right now. If the demo ended right after you fight the Hunden, but that's why I think you fight the Hunden, you fight Harriet, done. And then maybe we fight the Hunden earlier, maybe it's down here, or maybe, I don't know. I was, the way I originally thought about this was like, this would be a dungeon. Well, let's take it back. This would be the dungeon, and this would be where you fight the Hunden as a mid-boss. Then you do some dungeon stuff, then you fight Harriet as a end of chapter boss. But maybe mid-boss is something that maybe the Hunden you fight like here. I could see that. It's just, yeah, it kind of feels like this right now. Let me explain it. Maui Makes Game says, once you've taken an enemy ability, can you equip it later? You will be able to, but that menu is where you'll do it. But that's not the like core reason for that menu. So it's like day 1, day 2. Where like day 1, I feel like is fine, self-contained, not bad. Day 2 feels like this. It's kind of like got a big long first point and then another point that goes like this. And I think that this is fine. This is mostly fine. But by the time we get to here, there's not enough stuff that was set up here and here to resolve by here. There's not enough tension that's mounting. And especially that last section before we fight Harriet, where we're doing the Athenium. There's no reason other than the game saying, hey, do some puzzles. There's no reason. So I think maybe someone needs to mention Armin's father earlier. There needs to be some question that we realize is connected directly to the plot about the book. Because right now, I think there's a little bit of this sort of like sense of before I designed the game to be the way that it is right now, where you learn the chapters learn abilities in chapter 1, I was going to keep the magic system for chapter 2 and onwards. I was going to have what is currently midway through chapter 1 used to be the end of chapter 1 in terms of what you can do in the game and what I test you on. And then I was like, no, I need you to understand the thesis of the game in its gameplay by the end of the first chapter. I stand by that. I think it's really good, but it creates this separate sense of momentum for the player in that now a lot of the reason for doing the stuff that you do in the second half of chapter 1 is like a adventure lifting exploration thing of like, look how powerful I can be. But it's not, and that's not about something that's anxious or dark or foreboding, which in a starting chapter of a hero's journey, you need to bring it back to something you need to push the anxious hero out the door. Now, it's a video game, so obviously they're going to be more powerful than a book character because the player needs to feel powerful as they play it. But narratively speaking, there needs to be some stakes here that really, it's a couple I think it's okay. I think well, it's not for me, Liz Glow. It's like the spaces are fine. It's more just that your reason for going into the spaces feels a little bit like a chore right now, because the motivation's not super connected to the player. The player has not been told why they need to care about the book that they're heading towards. And in fact, they've been given answers without the book. So I think what I need to do is, right now I've been peppering some exposition at the start of each of these crucibles. But I think that and it used to be that Harriet said all the exposition at the end of the chapter. But I think it needs to be maybe more like I think I know what I'm gonna need some time to think about it, but I know what the problem, I know where the solution is for the problem. It's this thing at the end. It's Orinstead burning. The writing kind of needs to be on the wall earlier. We could do, I should say, we could do a Steam demo that starts on the second day. That's the first thing. Cuts out all the intro. And I'm not saying this is a Steam demo. This is not something that I'm sending for Steam. This is something that I'm sending to publishers. So it's more about showing what the game is in full, because it's a project I'm trying to get published, rather than a little teaser for players. I think having a little bit more item economy is going to help, more things you can craft. I think this needs to be, yeah, it's basically this. Right now, the way that this was originally written, the Hunden attacking Orinstead was like, it was always supposed to be this big twist at the end of the chapter, this big, oh no, what's happened? And I think that as a dramatic drop only works if we weren't expecting it and it changes something. But I think we need to already have a motivation, or like not be tired when that drop happens. Because if we're really tired and we're waiting for something to happen and then it happens, it feels a little bit like a song that's like coming back around to the chorus after the bridge, where it's like, well, I know where we're headed here. Like there's something has to happen, and you're just teasing me, you know. So like, even like the way I'm doing it right now with like the time of day, it's like the sun's setting, we're in a dark thing, like something's gonna happen here, I bet. You know, that is getting all of the signaling is happening to tell me that it's gonna end right here. And then there's like 20 minutes of gameplay here if you're still figuring it out. So these puzzle sections are just the slack in the rubber band begins to wear out because it's been held for too long. So I could change the context such that it's like a race to the book, but to stop something bad that's going to happen that we already know is going to happen. It could be dialogue that this guy says, even. If we draw the player's attention, if we send all of the lines that are going this way and this way, all to where the book is, that's different. But I need to do that very delicately. So I'm going to think about it tonight and we'll pick it up tomorrow. Okay, chat? Thank you very much. I've got to go. You know what you can do? You can wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're a real one. If you like what I'm making here on the stream. I'm going to get it. It's going to be better. Let's raid... Who are we going to raid? Mercenary Mage? He's been around for a long time. Thank you, pals. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. I'll catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time. Bye.